or something from 30 years ago.
About the rainbow. You got Quotrons.
Well, Quotrons were our improvement. When I first started, we had these old things that you spun between each other. And we got Quotrons. I remember when Bloomberg.
Hold on.
I remember when Bloomberg's came in. Some brokers got Bloomberg. All right, so now, all right, so we only have 5 people, but
I don't think it's just me, you, and the wall.
You
ready?
Yeah, we're live, so you can start talking.
So everyone, I went out to meet a shareholder that owns 200,000 Finger Motion. He's an attorney, a friend, and drove 35 minutes to go see him, to give him a feeling, show him the pictures of what we do in DC, and the whole thing. And I sat with him, and he said, keep up the fight. He understands it. He deals with prosecutors. The whole thing. It went very well. But then he decided to tell me about his family and his wife, who's battling cancer and is eventually going to die in the next 6 months. And this guy invested in a company that we're part of. And, the investment is tied up his money like it's tied up everyone. He's supporting us. And his wife's going to pass away, and it's breaking his heart. And he told me the story. And the more I sit there and listen to it, the more angry I get. Forget Jeff Beeston. He's just a piece of shit. These guys that kill companies with cancer. I had to listen to him to describe her body aching, her pain, her suffering every day. She can't sit in the same spot because I guess the cancer is attacking bones. It was just awful to listen to, but I did it because I'm forced to listen to this stuff because I'm trying to fight back for everybody. I understand it, and for people here, that shithead, roaring kitty asshole posted something, everybody chill. I don't believe in chilling. I've been doing it 24 years. I'm not going to listen to some asshole who was lucky enough to be in a stock that went crazy. All right? He should have sold it, moved on, and walked away. Instead, he's playing games, and I don't believe in that stuff. And you know what? I don't give a shit who he is, who's behind him. He has nothing to do with this game. The hedge funds are using him like a piece of toilet paper, and he's too stupid. It's a disgrace, and he should tell people to chill. It's completely asinine. If you want to be a leader, come out here and lead. Don't post stupid messages. I don't disappear. I've been here for 24 years. Day in, day out, 7 days a week. I made a decision to invest in Finger Motion that was my investment for retirement. GTI and these other names are names that I'm fighting for exposing, and it's just part of the crime. GME, AMC, I don't really give a shit about those stocks. I post the information that I understand about it, and I think I'm pretty right on about what's going on. So you can call me an idiot, say what you want, but I knew AMC, as soon as they raised money, they were dead. GameStop, me and William, we both said, sell, take your money, take something, don't chase. I said all the things that I thought were the right things to do. These guys are animals. They're so trapped and so brazen, it tells me everything I believe is coming. I do believe the hearings are coming. I cannot force the political apparatus to move because we believe so. I know it's coming. I know people speak with Devin Nunes. The guy was on the intelligence committee. He's not an idiot. He tells you he knows how to investigate, and he's not going away. Even him, he says some things that are not correct. But we try to correct him every day. I got to listen to his things, send messages back, and correct the guy. I don't speak to him directly, but we do have a contact. All right? I've been hearing the constant thing is coming, and that's why I bought options. Win, lose, or draw, I take my punishment like a man, and I did what I did. All right? If it works, it works. If it doesn't, shame on me. I learned the lesson, but I'm not playing with big money. I would never, ever buy options like NVIDIA, all these crazy stocks. They're too easy to manipulate. And if I am trading them, you can bet your ass I'm trading them and making money. And I'm always trying to reduce my position and you take money off the table. That's my game. I hope I came across and educated you about this. This is the biggest fraud in U.S. history. It has spread to the biggest fraud in global history, and we're still standing. Those people have gone to battle with 100,000 troops and came back with 10,000. Think about the slaughter that these poor people walked into blindly. People don't follow me are idiots. I'm not looking for followers to make money from it. I'm trying to educate you so we can fight back. You don't go to a gunfight with a knife. Everyone knows that. No education, you're going to get your ass raped, and that's what happened to them. And I feel bad for it, but you know, want to know something? The more they slaughter them, the more we're going to make, because that just shows that it's coming to a head faster and faster. Was that right? But if I can't drive it, I'm not paying attention.
You're doing great. You sound like
General
AOC fighting.
General Pack.
You sound like AOC fighting Green in the Congress. Marjorie Green.
Throw that shithead Roaring Kitty in the pile. People following him deserve to get hammered. Listen to an idiot.
He
doesn't even understand what he was doing.
He was just a signal to get them all to act in collusion.
Well,
that's my opinion.
The people following him, go back and watch what he said. He was talking about a company that was failing. He liked the company, and it got squeezed. He turned it into whatever it is. I'm telling you about naked shorts. I always have been telling you. For the most part, I don't really care what a company does. I report on finger motion because people ask me, what does the company do? What do I think? And I think it's a good company. That's my opinion of it. But I do stick to my guns. 227 million shares. Naked short. And you can see they never cover it. If this stock was 20, I told everybody 20,000 times. It's very dangerous at those numbers, as you can see. GameStop, AMC. Once they get the high numbers, the volatility comes into place, and they'll rip your hearts out. Down here, we're safe. We can wait it out. They're pushing up and down 30 cents. Doesn't mean anything. The company fundamentally is worth higher. Where are they going? We're dealing with a novice short seller that thinks he's part of the big boys. He's going to get his ass fucking kicked. And we're going to throw that fat fucking jail. That's how this is going to end. The more I hear stories about family members, people with illnesses, you know, one of our shareholders had a sister had to get a new kidney. The world is, you got to live through this stuff. Every family has issues. And these pricks don't care that they cut out medical supplies, hurt doctors. You know, we have a famous doctor that's invested in us and believes in us. He's a famous oncology doctor from LA. They've stolen his money 10 times. This guy has to go do surgeries, saving people's lives, telling you you're going to die. But when he invests in the stock market, they steal his money. He used to post on Twitter, but was sent a letter by Gibson Dunn to cease and desist. And in the end, who was the criminal? The Kramers, their clients. But they didn't want anybody to expose them. We never stopped because we didn't give a shit. I don't have a career. I don't give a fuck what they say. But that's how devious these guys are. They shut down a very prominent voice that was helping us out. They don't care. I only wish they showed up on his operating table. I would throw him the fuck out. But that's not what doctors do. They do the right thing all the time. Instead, Wall Street just steals their money. Think about that. Anyway, on a brighter note, how's your day?
It's great. Every stock is down except for FFIE is up. FFIE is up 2 points. It's up 100%, 120%.
Oh, what?
Yeah, FFIE is to 365, up $2.
Didn't you bring that up yesterday?
Somebody, yeah, we brought it up, and somebody wasn't me. I didn't know anything about it. Faraday Future Intelligent.
Warren Kitty, was there a big short? Tell me what the story is. I don't know.
I have no idea what the story is. Faraday Future Intelligent Electric shares trading higher.
Huh.
Interest from retail investors on social media. Yeah, right.
They're blaming that again.
Yeah. There's a lot of activity in it. On the second level of trading is very active.
What was it? What's the volume?
The volume is
100 million, 200 million.
No, 623 million.
Good Lord.
And the 10-day average, I don't know if you can trust it anymore.
What is it? And there's 5 shares in the float.
Yeah, I wonder what the float is. It doesn't say. Let me look it up.
I'm just laughing at people. They'll squeeze it. If you were lucky enough, God bless you, you made money. You know what they're going to do to it. Be careful, you know. It can run to $20. Everyone's going to say it's going to go to 20. So sell half.
Somebody's saying GTII is up. Let me look. Yeah, not really. It's flat. It's flat. It's just flat. I guess if it trades at the ask, it'll be up. And Finger's not doing a whole lot. I guess maybe next week.
The game. That's the game, my friends. I'm a big boy. I take my winners, my losers. I put my money where my mouth is. But the more I hear, the more angry, the longer I'm going to keep fighting. That's just the way it is. I'm no shithead like Warren Kitty. Everyone made this guy a celebrity, and the only thing he's done is nothing. All right? Whoever told us about fee, fi, fo, fum, whatever the stock is you tell me about, they're the same thing as Warren Kitty, right?
There's 48 million in the float is what Busy says in that fee, fi, fo, fum.
All right, so there it is. Whoever brought it to our attention, they're the new Warren Kitty today. Congratulations. Give him a medal.
They're saying, one guy's saying this will be GME 2.0 next week. But don't get, guys, take some money off the table.
No. Listen, God bless you. Good luck. Just remember what happens. They go up, they go down. There is no rhyme or reason to a short squeeze. No one has any information about it. I haven't heard anybody say anything about it except fee, fi, fo, fum. That's all I heard.
And then GME has a new filing. Let me see what it is. I'm sure it's to raise money. Why wouldn't they?
They should have did it 3 days ago.
Let's see what it is. May 17th. Entry into a definitive agreement. Entered into an open market sale agreement with Jefferies, providing for the sale by the company of its shares. May sell up to 45 million shares. It's a shelf registration.
All right, so I told you 2 days ago that they're going to raise money. I said AMC did it first. GameStop did it second. Okay. Brian Cohen looked at this thing, and I said it. I think I said it on Ace's call. I probably said it on your call. I probably said it 20 times. Brian Cohen is the short squeeze guy. He squeezed the shorts, correct?
Mm-hmm.
He did his job. That's what he wanted to do. He produced a short squeeze. So anyone who supported him when he became the CEO at $18, I still remember it, $18, $19, it popped to 27, then it went down.
So anyone who supported him, his friends, and went from, let's say, I'll make it 30 down, they all got a chance to make 100% of their money because the stock went up to 70, right?
Right.
So all his friends who helped support him when he went public as the CEO of this company all made a lot of money. Next, he says, okay, I'm the CEO of this company. I need to raise money and go to do business. The short squeeze game for us is over. That's what he did.
You said that the other day. The stock's now 21 by 21, 21.10 by 21.13. And this gentleman's saying, is this new filing good or bad? Obviously, it's not good for short term. It might be good for the long term. I doubt it. But I agree with him. The squeeze is over. They have GME and AMC under control. I personally believe they let it run for whatever
the companies did what they had to do as a public company. Yeah. Some companies haven't done that. Big Emotion, GTI did for a long time, right?
Yeah.
And the difference is there's no reverse splits. There's none of this. There's none of that.
I guess they'll raise about $1 billion if my arithmetic is right, 45 million.
And what should they do with that money, William?
I think buy some more theaters. No, go buy Apple. Go buy.
That's what I said.
Go buy Exxon.
Go buy Apple Computer.
Go buy Exxon.
And when the shareholders start crying, say we own Apple Computer. You know.
This guy's saying he heard about Telomere 1. You know, back in my day, Tilo would be trading at $100 just on the hope of the success. $80.
William, let me stop you right there.
All right. Relax, everyone.
Hold on, dude.
You stopped me.
I just got in the house.
You had me at stop.
Okay, give me a second. I just put up that I'm live with you on. What I was trying to say is that everyone, and I feel bad because everyone wants to be a day trader, and everyone keeps running into these volume spikes and thinking they're going to get the next home run. And God bless you, good luck. I can bring you 500 dead bodies of people I know that are professional that did that for a living. And they get in these things and they have no idea and they're just chasing it. I get text messages all day long on different stocks. Look at the volume, it's going, it's going to turn, but no one knows what the company is, what they do, or anything about it. And they're just running in, trying to play momentum. I'm not a momentum player. The momentum players have left more dead bodies along the side of the road than you can believe. Very few people. When you get into a momentum play, all right, mark it down, everybody. The guy who starts it, the second person, and the third person all seem to do well. The fourth person, fifth, sixth, and going down the line, they all lose. So again, if you're the first person in, you're a winner. The second person, a winner. Third person, a winner, but less. Fourth person, maybe break it even. After that, just put your head in the guillotine, you're going to get taken. All right? That's how it works.
Sounds like a Ponzi scheme.
It's a Ponzi scheme. That is correct. Sometimes they go, sometimes they stall out. That's your business. I do not believe in that. I like to buy things where the risk is very limited. If you want to gamble, go to a casino because it's better. At least you know what's going on. You're playing blackjack, you know the cards that come over, learn how to count cards. In roulette, you're picking your own numbers. Your slot machines, you have no clue. This game, you have no idea what you're doing. The only reason people like this is because you can make a bet of $100. If you don't like it, you can sell it and come back with 50 cents. That's because you can always get in and out. All right, but that's That's what people love about Wall Street. You haven't learned, just look what they did to GameStop and AMC. They naked shorted the whole thing. They knew that Jeffries was going to raise. They went to Jeffries. They were going to raise money with it. Jeffries had his hedge fund selling it short. They were shorting. And if you look at it, you cannot short a stock and buy it back on a secondary offering. I can guarantee you everyone who did that has already sold the stock short. Guarantee it. And if you like, I could put up a very famous firm. Give me 1 second, William. I'll put it up on Twitter because no one's going to believe that they do this.
They used to
Give me
do it
1
from
second.
offshore.
Only because I'm not a very good speller. Yeah, I'm going to put it up on Twitter for everybody.
That doesn't mean
So you
you're stupid, by
understand.
the way. Spelling has nothing to do with your intelligence. Thank God. I can't spell.
Thank God the computers will check.
Yeah, but then you get weird grammar sometimes.
Oh God, if I've typed many times a word counterfeit. Instead of an O, it puts in a U. And you can imagine how many people have texted me saying, "You typed that?" I'm like, "I didn't type that." And the computer corrects it.
I guess women don't watch your Twitter anymore.
Anyway, I just posted AMC, GME, welcome to fraud feed. Millennium settles charges of illegally shorting in advance of stock offering. Ta-da! That's what they all do, my friends. I can 100% guarantee. I don't know if Millennium's doing it, but everybody else on the street was doing it. Oh my God, they're doing an offering. Hurry up. And that's the beauty of Wall Street. There you go. And if I worked at Jeffries on the institutional desk, I would call William up. William, we're going to do a secondary in GameStop. And you'll say, put me in for 10 million shares right now. When are you going to do it? I don't know, when the price closes down. Everyone's wanting, everyone sold their 10 million shares into the run. They know it's going to go down, whether they get part of it, they know about it. Some people may say, hey, I shorted the stock, I cannot do it, I can't buy it back on the offering. I doubt it, but some people may say that because they want to be honest. But most people will just short it, buy it back on the offering, read what I posted, and it's right there. Millennium Fund. It's right there.
So this gentleman, Bill Miko, is still holding his 17,500 shares of Finger. And he says, thank you. But maybe you can give him some pep talk on what you're thinking about Finger.
What's my pep talk? I know the congressional hearing's coming. It was supposed to be this week. So I took a shot. I bought some cheap options for a roll of the dice. The reason I did it, because if you read on Twitter, Unusual Whales showed that someone did the same cheap shot in GameStop and they made $44 million. That's what I was doing. I was rolling the dice because I think the timing is now. I also think the company's going to have some massive news coming out with big contracts. We've been hearing it for a couple of months, right?
Right.
We know the company's giving out a special dividend. We know the company has earnings coming out. We know the company's got big deals. They just signed that deal with the charging stations. Okay, everyone who uses their app pays for their charging. From what I gather, my friend, she just bought a Tesla. She pays $12 to charge her car at a charging station. It's not free. They charge, and so they use their app, and FingerMotion will get a percentage. Maybe in China it's $10. I don't know. Whatever it is, if they can make, let's say, $1 each time someone does it, or 50 cents using their app, all right, collecting money for the charging platform, they give them 10. FingerMotion gets, even if it's a nickel. FingerMotion hasn't spent a penny in doing anything.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
FingerMotion hasn't spent a penny, and they make a fortune from it. For free.
The
They're not building a factory. They're not doing anything. They got that business for free. It's on the tape. There's been rumors of a massive contract coming from the Chinese government. Maybe that comes tomorrow, the next day. The news, you could just see the pattern. The company is now active. It's a U.S. company with ties to China. Martin Shen, William interviewed him, and I don't know about you, but I know someone who spoke to him recently, and at a different level, the guy is a banker. He came back to me and told me this guy is brilliant. I says, I don't really know him that well, but I hope so. And, to me, it looks like a guy I can base my future on. The only thing holding this company down from shooting to the stars is Lynn Partners in the shorts. And their time is coming to an end.
Yeah.
And I don't think I could say anything more. That's about all I could see. My gut feeling on the companies. We know the short is 227 million. The average price is $4, and I think it's 56 cents now. Remember, each day they play this game, it comes down a quarter of a penny, a half a penny, keeps coming lower. It's not going up. If the stock was higher than that number and they were naked shorting it, they would bring their average up.
How many people
insiders
and private placement people, how many of those people are selling? Do you think it accounts for all of the millions of shares sold over the last 2 years?
No one invested in that company that I know from Singapore, and I met many of them. Doctors. There's one doctor at the party the other night from Malaysia. Okay. I met that guy 3 years ago. He hasn't sold a share, and he adds to it all the time. They think it's going to 100 on its own without a short. They don't even, the only people that sit here and panic every day are U.S. investors because we are impatient. That's the old joke, William. That's why we're not doctors. We have no patience. I'm just like you. That's a rich
call that a
not legal
joke?
advice. I sold him that joke.
That's chalk on a blackboard. Not a joke.
Hey, let me just change the subject for a second. My friends own about 4 million GDC. My big friend owns, I don't know how many he owns, but we're all upside down in it. And a friend of mine called me up yesterday and screamed at me that the company received a notice that they were going to be delisted from the NASDAQ because it doesn't maintain a dollar listing. You know, my answer was, thank God. And he goes, why is that good news? Because now they're going to move it up. There's not even a question. And the stock is starting to act a little better as I see it. My daughter bought a couple hundred shares the other day after she traded in GameStop. She put her money because she had to average down on GDC. She owned it at 380 or something like 360. She owns it at 350 something now. So, she did it. And that was at 73 cents. She bought it 74 cents. And now it's 85 cents. I know it's going over $1. So if you're stuck in it, if you wanted to play it, it's got to go back over $1. They need to get it over $1 for 10 days. So it's getting close. Something's going to happen. I don't know anything. I'm just basing it on what I see. I know nothing about the fundamentals, nothing. GTII, we know the CEO's got to get the hell out. CEO gets out. There's people call me every day with deals, and I send them to Richard, Not Legal Advice. Richard, Not Legal Advice, is leading a charge with shareholders to remove the CEO. If you like Roth's videos, send them your position. They're adding up longs to help represent in a lawsuit against the company. You don't have to spend any money. They just want to gather up enough votes, I guess, to what it is. I've been sending people his way. You can watch it. Go watch his video on Twitter. You can contact him, and he's the nicest guy in the world. Don't listen to his jokes. Just get past that and move along. He'll get them removed, and we'll be off to the races. GME, they just buried the people alive. AMC, they buried them alive. I wouldn't be surprised if the government called them up and said, "Hey, you got to do this," because for Kramer to come out with that premeditated sell the stock, you're insane. He knew a hedge fund told him they were doing a secondary. There's no question. Because you have to be an asshole to make a prediction to sell it down, and the stock squeezes the other way. People will roast them for life, right? Mm-hmm. Andrew Left came out and said, "I'm shorting it." Another asshole. You know he had a connection telling them they were doing a secondary. They were all making believe they were smart. When you work on a trading desk, there's 20 guys on Jeffrey's trading desk, institutional guys. The CEO comes in, hey, we got a deal. Get us, how many shares can we put away in this thing? And everybody starts calling around to hedge funds. So they all knew it was coming. The SEC should be looking into that. Every hedge fund that got the call from a trader desk, what did they do? How did they act in the stock? They may have been out there selling calls to open because they knew the stock was going down. There's many, many devious ways these guys play.
Deborah says, much respect to him for being what she considers to be a true warrior. I am forever grateful. Be blessed.
Oh, listen, I was someone that was burnt, roasted, souffled, you name it, in 2000. And I said, before I leave this planet, I'm going to get them. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing it for everyone. I'm not looking for, give Roaring Kitty all the medals. Give that guy all the medals you want. I could care less. I want these guys roasted alive. I caught my naked short seller. He went to jail already. But he harmed everyone I knew. I put a photo of my friend. We were in 2006 in Times Square. I had those signs made by a printer, Wall Street caught counterfeiting shares. It's 2024. What am I saying? The same thing. Do you think we knew what they were doing? That was 2006. Those are good people. He passed away from brain cancer, that guy, the guy with the sign. Friends of mine died from heart attacks. People had heart attacks. My good friend Dave Patch, who Pat Byrne was asked the other night about. He was a real fighter. I brought him in. Heart attack. Divorce because of fighting 24 hours a day. My family hates me because all I hear him talk about is naked shorts all day.
Do you think GameStop is down today because they're playing with the option premiums?
No.
Sometimes short answers are the best. I put 3 bids on Fidelity for GTII this morning. Trying to.
GTII will go when Richard removes the CEO.
When the CEO goes, there's got to be a rhyme in there.
Right. Until he goes, you're just accumulating and waiting, and we're waiting for a bus. That's how I look at it. It's dead money, meaning that it's not going out of business, but it's basically there's no reason to rush unless you want to average down or do something like that. I'd rather pay 60 cents and pile in than buy it here. Let the news happen first and then pile in. I'm not looking at it, oh, it's 14 or 16 cents. I don't look at it like that. I'm looking at it, where's the news? Remove the CEO, put a business in here, and then we can fight to find the 500 million shares naked shorts. Right now, the CEO is doing the wrong thing because the company needs to get a fundamental story so that the SEC and everybody will take us serious. If the company's not going to do that, at least come out there and put out press releases every day like Devin Nunes and call everybody a scumbag and fight until they come over and club them. So it's either fight out loud, as we say, or put a business in here and shut everybody up.
If finger squeezes, will they manipulate it the way they manipulated GME?
GME, AMC, they were doing secondaries. The street knew. What do you think why they stopped going up?
It's probably why they went up.
No, it started to squeeze. And all of a sudden it went the other way. Why? Because they knew secondary offerings were coming in. AMC was the first to do it. GameStop followed suit. There you go. GameStop didn't call Jeffries up at 12 o'clock today and say, hey, we're doing a secondary. This is in the works 4 days now.
Wow, this guy did the right thing. Rain Man. He sold all of his GME and AMC last week on the run. He
Beautiful. That's all you have to tell us. We know. Thank you. That's perfect.
purchased it on the
Congratulations.
He's in Finger, GTII, and DJT now.
DJT, listen, I know nothing about the company. I want them. I reached out to try to get them to fund and do a financial news show. We can stream in there, blah 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 blah. But you're going against the guy who is the former president of the United States, and there's a high probability he's going to be the new president of the United States, and that's going to happen in November. Devin Nunes was on the Intel committee. He did investigations. He's not a dope. He's a smart guy. You want to short? Ken Griffin wants to bet his $45 billion empire against Donald Trump if he gets in, and you're trying to destroy his public company, and they know about it. You have to be out of your bird. He will be in jail like Bernie Madoff and the other guys, Sam Bankman-Fried, and all the great financial criminals. He will go to jail, and he will lose everything he has. That's the bet he wants to make. Or he should come out and come clean and say, hey, Citadel and anyone we deal with has no position short in this stock. And I'll be willing to testify in front of any congressional meeting anywhere. That's what I would do. Take my $45 billion, tell everybody I had a heart attack and I'm leaving the business. That's what I would do. Because what does he want to do? Make it to get to 46 billion? Or are you risking everything? You talk about pushing and betting everything on red or black, he's out of his bird. And that's what I see. As far as I'm concerned, the people betting against DJT are criminally insane. And when they do get caught, they deserve, and I'm sure the powers to be, when they get back in power, will make sure these people suffer a lot. Because they're not trying to short a stock. They're trying to hurt the next president's company and his financing. And I think he knows he's got them. And he's going to use the rule of the law before the election. So between now and November, this stock will quadruple. There's no way out. They can play all the games. They could be playing today in DJT with options. In finger motion, there's not enough option money to play any games. There's nowhere to go in this stock. Accumulation is going to lead to higher prices. If they can't hurt it, it's going up. And they can't hurt it anymore because there's buyers all the time. I know 3 hedge funds that have been buying it for a month. They buy a little every day. That's how they buy and just keep accumulating it. They want to keep playing games. Accumulation is how you kill them, not these spikes. We want them to be the buyers. We're not spiking it up. We tried that 6 times already. It doesn't work. When this goes, it won't stop. It's going to be it's going to be the Lexington Avenue Express train. There's no stops. It's just going to keep going. I told you about ROOT many times. Every time it gets slaughtered back down, the shorts are trying to cover. Today, it's up $8, excuse me. A couple of weeks, it was 55. It exploded to 100. They beat it back down and exploded again, back up again. This is a controlled short trying to cover in ROOT. And you say, how do you know? Because every time it gets hurt down, they come right back and it's back up again. It doesn't, what's the rush to take it up $8 today? It's only 340,000 shares. That means the sell button is shut off and they're trying to scoop up everybody out there. When that happens to Finger, there won't be any sellers and they're just going to it's just going to keep going like that. Massive numbers up. Very different than everything else. We have one short seller. DJT's probably got 60. AMC had 160. GME 150. These guys, this stock, Root has a bunch of them. FNGR has one. GTII has one. I don't know where the position is hidden, but it's only one person. Alpine, Kramer's, where is it hiding? Both were found to be guilty by the SEC, the DTC. It's all right there. We did everything we could possibly do. Company needs to get a business. Once they get a business, we can start accumulating it because it takes the downside out of the stock. And it's not a laughing stock of a company. I mean, it has something. Do nothing, no one can talk about it. What am I supposed to say? Hey, buy GTII. It's a great what? Oh, it's a great short squeeze candidate. What's their business? Oh, nothing. The CEO's where? He's in a nursing home. What's going on? I don't even know what to say. It's like an Abbott and Costello skit. Who's on third? I don't know. Second base, I don't know. There's nothing to say. Finger motion is very different. It's fundamentally sound. All right. It's growing. It's in the biggest market in the world. And each press release, if you just sat down, watch the video with William, the CEO is dropping haymakers here. He's throwing haymakers. Munich Re, Pacific Life Re. I don't know the name of the charging station company, but I'm told it's a massive company in China. Finger motion got in to use their app to charge on their platforms. 400,000 of them. It'll probably be 4 million soon on those charging stations. That was just one big city, I think. This company just continues. They have a cell phone insurance deal that they just kicked off. It doesn't happen in 2 seconds. They're building it. The future, AIZ. Go look who they are. A $10 billion New York insurance company. They don't sign deals with small companies because they're frauds. These guys sign deals with these companies because they're real. They've been investigated. No public company, Munich Re, would never sign an agreement with Finger Motion if Finger Motion wasn't the real deal. Because if it's a fraud, Munich Re would have to take a beating for it because they signed the deal. Not only did Munich Re do it, Pacific Life did it, China Mobile did it, the Chinese government's done it. Everyone has made this company to be a winner. It doesn't happen overnight. And they keep expanding to new opportunities. The top-up business, the cell phone insurance business. They have the text messaging business. Now they're doing charge-up business. I mean, it's all different directions. And it's coming from one place, China. Everything is done in China, the biggest market in the world. Go back and look. I'm just talking for a second, everybody. Look at Snowflake. Snowflake is a $55 or $60 billion data company in the U.S. It's down today. It's $163 a share. I don't know the market cap. Give me 1 second. I'll look at it. It's so funny. I play pickleball and people go, what are you doing? I'm going on a conference call. They go, people listen to you? I go, oh, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah. Hold on. Snowflake is a $54 billion company. 54 data business in the U.S. Now, I don't believe anyone in the U.S. could buy Finger Motion. I do believe that a Chinese company eventually buy Finger Motion. I don't know who that would be, but once they build it, someone will buy it. Is that okay with him?
Well, imagine all the uses for data a communist state has. Of course, we're not much different here.
Oh no, we're just as bad. They always throw China under the bus, but we're just as bad as everybody else. It's just a joke. Listen, the Chinese want, insurance companies want data, Munich Re, Pacific Life Re, because the Chinese are buying life insurance policies. They're buying life insurance policies. What do they need to know about the Chinese consumer? They want to know if you're eating broccoli. They want to know if you're drinking, smoking cigarettes. They want to know everything about you. All right. And that's why data is important. They know how fast you drive. Your cell phone pings the towers. Finger motion can tell. They can tell if you're an Uber driver or if you're just going to the store to get a pack of cigarettes. They know everything about you because you use your cell phone. Just use your mind and understand what they're saying. The CEO is setting in videos. Pay attention. Watch the video. William answered the questions. He told you. We're able to track this. We're able to do this. We do not own the data, but we're allowed to see the data. And using that data, we're able to build a business from it. And that's what the Chinese government has allowed them to do. No one else. Finger motion. This little stupid company under attack by Jeffrey Easton and his buddies. And they keep doing it and they can't get out. I keep trying to tell you, they can't get out. They're trapped. Now, I wish it would have went this week. I'm a loser. I got it. But again, we're going to get them. All right. I'm not worried about it. And it could be tomorrow. It could be Monday. It could be Wednesday. I don't know, but it's coming. And when they do the political hearing in New York City about GameStop and AMC, and excuse me, in DC, the stocks got slaughtered for one reason: the companies raised money. They sold out. They sold out for one reason: is to get the companies to get their money. Was the SEC behind it? I don't know. Did they tell them? I wouldn't doubt it. That they called them up and said, "Hey, you raise the money, but this guy Ryan Cohen, you take money, or we're going to investigate you forever on every transaction you ever did, and we're going to hang you." And he says, "Okay, I'll take the money." We squeezed them enough. All your friends made money? Yeah, okay. Raise money and go back to doing business and stop this nonsense. We need to get this off the front page of the newspaper. That's what they're telling them. But we're not going away. MULN. You know, the guy was doing the thing. What did they do? He reversed it. They slaughtered them, reversed them. They never looked into anybody there. I actually met one of their toxic lenders. How's that one? He only made a few bucks naked shorting that company. Do you want me to give you the number, William?
Sure.
400 million.
I bet he paid taxes on it.
Not my business.
So this gentleman, Billy Ray, he bought GME at 15, sold it at 75. So that teaches you
Tell that guy go buy a lottery ticket. You can't get any better than that.
It teaches you two lessons. One, sell when everyone else is buying. And two, do you see how hedge funds do it? They'd rather pay 15 as it's moving than pay $5 or $3 like people had to pay 2 years ago while they waited for this. That's the two lessons I see.
Well, congratulations. Everyone loves to hear about a winner. I love it.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
We're with you. I'm glad you got out. And I hope you told your friends about your trade, that you got out, and you know what? You remained unscathed. And that's how you got to look at these things. Once they start falling like a brick, it becomes very dangerous. I said it the other day. Hey, if you like to gamble, take a shot now. It's some cheap calls. That's what I said. And guess what? Those cheap calls did not work out. Some days they do work out. You know, stock bounced back up $5, $6 a couple of times. But when they don't work out, zero. That's what happens.
Can you explain what happens to the price of finger motion if it's bought out by another company? I'm trying
That's the
to.
worst thing. That's the worst thing that can happen to a finger motion.
The squeeze wouldn't happen. It'd go up to the price.
That's it, and we would all sell it. If let's say someone bid $50 for it, right?
Right.
That means the most that the short would lose is between here and 50. The most we would make if we paid 3 is 47. That would be the most we can make. And that would be the end of it. We take away the unlimited upside.
Yeah. I mean, it might go over the number a bit, but not.
Yeah, that's it. I'm just saying, but that's about it. Or maybe a white knight comes in, someone else charges
If it
up.
went over the
Maybe.
number, then these other players would do arbitrage against the purchase price, and it wouldn't
Well,
go very far.
Let me give you my opinion about finger motion as far as a takeout. Chinese, I don't think they like having Alibaba and Tencent owning everything in China. So they needed other companies to create or give opportunities to actually become bigger, because this way they spread out. The country's so massive that there's so many opportunities. Finger motion is getting opportunities just because they're getting picked out of a lineup. They're not filing, I don't see them filing any applications for, hey, we want to do this. It's like, hey, we got this new thing. You want it? Done. You want this? Done. You want this? We'll take it. That's what it looks like to me. It's not like in the US we have a bidding process. This company has been selected to become the next Alibaba, the smaller version. Alibaba is a $100 billion company conglomerate. China doesn't want to just have one company being the king. They want other companies to be part of it. And this one has been knighted to be doing it. So, I mean, they've been knighted to be part of this. And I'm willing to, I've seen this vision. I could see it coming. And it started out with the top-up business in 2018. Then it went to SMS text messaging. And then it went to, I can't remember all the things. Then it went to the data business for Pacific Life Re was number one. Then it was Munich Re. Munich Re alone is a $60 billion reinsurance company. And they're a monster player. Pacific Life, I think, is a $10 billion company. And they got into that data business, building out the data. All they said, hey, Munich Re, we have access to this data. That's how it started. They didn't say, Munich Re, we built out a data business. We have access to it. And now they're working on building it out. And then they will start charging for it. When that kicks in, forget it. The numbers are going to be massive. Go look at Snowflake and see how much people pay for data. It's a $60 billion, $58 billion company. Pay attention. Fundamentals are important. We just happen to get caught with a criminal. My friends paid as high as $10, gave the company $3.5 million at 10. They got 350,000 shares. The stock is $3 now. They could have got 1 million shares if they waited. But they know, because they're speaking to the company, and they know what the fundamentals lie behind this company, and they're not concerned about it. Because the only way out is for these guys to cover. They paid 10. That's a fact. And they went to pay because they wanted the Lynn Partners to get paid off and get rid of them. Lynn Partners wouldn't even take the money back because they wanted stock, and the company had to get rid of them. Think about that. That's how much a criminal they are, Jeff Easton. Think about that. It's so funny. Me and William heard a CEO. I can't tell you who it is. I can't remember the CEO's name. But he went to Jeff Easton's office one time. And the first thing Jeff Easton said when the guy stopped by, because he's not from New York City. And the first thing Jeff Easton said, we're not shorting your stock. And the CEO looked at me and William and he said, that's the strangest thing that someone would say that. That'd be the first thing out of his mouth. Instead of saying hello, that's what they said. Think about that for a second. That's how crazy this whole thing is.
Is there
And
any?
it's so obvious. And just to take another step on naked short selling, Figure Motion has a seller every minute of every day. Now we have people sucking it up and taking it away from them. And there's no debt spiral, no nothing. KNW has no selling in it. As a matter of fact, they got people buying it and they have a $12 million toxic debt. And just let me just give you a quick recap of that for 1 second, only because it's important to understand how naked shorts operate. And I'm trying to teach you about it if you ever pop into it. This stock was trading, I'll go back a little bit, 30,000, one day traded 90,000, 29, 66. And then on May 14th and 15th, 3 days in a row, 300, the day before was 50,000. Then it went to 337, 265, and 213 as it started to move up. That looks to me, and today it's back down to 13,000. That looks like to me that I'm not gonna accuse them. It's my gut feeling. It's a very good feeling that Lynn Partners has an arrangement where they pay somebody, a broker, to go out there and buy stock. And the broker buys almost 1 million shares at 70 cents, is 700,000. They give them back 100,000, and Lynn makes 600,000 in stock sales. If they lend out 12 million, they got back 600,000 in 3 days. I don't know about you, but if I was the guessing man, I don't know who's running in here to buy this thing, because on Twitter, I'm nice enough to put up that these guys have a toxic debt, and be careful, because the meaning of a debt spiral note means the stock will go lower. And the devil is in the details. It's right there. I was nice enough to present it to shareholders. And I'm just trying to show shareholders, I have nothing about this company. I know nothing. I could care less. But I'm just trying to tell people, hey, before you run into this building on fire, understand what's going on, why the building is on fire. And here is a day where there's a 12 million toxic note, debt spiral, the worst you can get. Everything we've been afraid and taught to stay away from. And not one person selling a share today. There's no movement. There's no activity in the stock. How could that possibly be? Finger Motion has a selling and momentum manipulation every second. Just look at the two, because KNW, Lynn Partners, needs people to buy the stock. They're not trying to scare them out. They want to suck people in to buy it. And if I get off the phone, William's going to run out there and go buy it now because he thinks it looks good. That's what they want people to do. This looks great. All that volume coming in. Maybe I should buy some. The company's got some great news. The CEO's at a meeting, whatever it may be. They're trying to get people to come into it because they need to make sales, because that's how they get their money. If they were to come out and manipulate it straight down, who wants to buy a stock when it looks like it's falling off a cliff? Not many people do, right? Do you guys get the feeling of that yet? You understand what I'm saying? So they're trying to bait you in to go into the rat trap and bite the cheese on KNW. Come on in, William. It's safe, William. The stock looks like it's good. There's no panic here because we have a debt spiral. It's all good, William. Come on in. Well, it's not all good. It's a trap. Okay? And maybe by the luck of some God, the stock will work out for them. And I hope it does. I don't know the CEO from a hole in the wall, but these guys are criminals. Every stock they lend money to, everyone gets wiped out and they're rich. How does that happen? I'm not making it up. It's everywhere. That's their pattern. Finger Motion has them trapped. And it's very, very different. You can see it. Anything else, William?
Not
I
really.
turned around. I saw the stock was 28.29. Finger Motion ticks down 2 cents. There's another seller. Lo and behold, another seller. 260,000 shares. From where?
There's no
The thing
seller.
doesn't even trade. But it's always the negative. Negative. Stock's sticking up, get it down. Stock's sticking up. And here's KNW. If I was a market maker with a market maker exemption, I'd be selling the shit out of this stock because I know Lynn Partners what they do, but no one jumps in other guys' sandboxes. They don't play. They all stay in their own little zone. People short GameStop. We're not shorting GTII. That was just the Kramers and Alpine and their thugs. They all stay in their own little. They all stay in their own little zone. And I just showed you, and I prove it how it works. KNW, this stock should be getting blasted, and there's not one share for sale. Finger motion, if you bid for 100 shares, they hit you. 100 shares, they hit you. Because they need to have it red. It's got to be down 2 cents, William. William, the stock has got to be down. That's all they're trying to say. Let's torture William. Mark it down, William. Let everybody think GameStop is down. This stock is down. Let's move this one down. It's the same thing. Let's put them in the same package. We're not the same package. We have nothing to do with these companies. I'm getting crazy as I go along. I'm sorry.
Someone said you're crazy. What took them so long to notice?
And my pickleball forehand's getting so deadly. If anyone who plays pickleball, if you go on YouTube and watch Jack Sock, I think it's like a SOX or SOCK. I don't even know how you spell it. He's a tennis player and he plays pickleball. He has a forehand, and that's the type of shot I hit every day, just like his. And I love doing it. What else you got, William? Come on, pick up the crowd.
Is there
Pick
a
it up,
chance
William.
that Devin Nunes would mention Finger or MMTLP in an interview or in
Yes.
front of Congress?
I don't know if I can get an interview, but it'll be in DC. And I got this feeling, people, that the roaring kitty of Fing Motion may get called to testify. Now, I don't know who the roaring kitty is, but I got a feeling he's going to get called to testify.
Sounds like the Easter Bunny.
He or she, I'm not sure what they are. I'm not sure yet.
Sounds like
I'll leave it at that.
the
And,
Easter Bunny.
I heard that the person who's going to get called to testify is taking very good notes to bring up a lot of good points. Not that I know who would prepare for that, but that's what I hear. I don't know why they would call that person he or she to testify like they know something. I thought they were more like a roaring kitty. Chill out, everybody. Chill. Don't worry about it. It's all good. And if you look at it, GameStop, AMC, DJT's got one thing going for it, two things, Devin Nunes and Donald Trump. I don't know anything else about the company. I know nothing. I have no idea what it is. Zero. Finger motion, I think, is, if you were looking at the Kentucky Derby, in a 4-horse race, everybody picked us to finish 4th. I'm looking at it saying that this race has got us we're in the 2nd position and can pass the number 1 horse, which I believe is DJT. I think the other 2 horses broke their legs.
The nags.
I think they self-inflicted and broke their own legs.
Scott says he bought some shares of Finger, got to know him, best buy he ever made. The education has been worth the time in dollars. Big time.
I'm glad you understand it. And here it is. What's his name? Scott. And they just had nothing better to do. Let's sell 1 share at $3.25 to mark it down 5 cents. Hurry up. KNW, still no trades. Still the same. Still 13,690 shares. Everyone's sitting here waiting for what? The stock to just get murdered? No one. That's amazing. Finger motion. Hurry up. Hit the bids. It's just crazy. It's just remarkable. You can watch it.
A lot of questions on the comment. If the company is bought out or merged, why the short?
No, it can't.
Why the short wouldn't continue to run?
No. What happens is if the company gets a $50 bid, right?
Yeah.
You see, oh my God, Finger Motion got a $50 bid. You're gonna wake up and say, well, the game's over, I'll sell it at 50. I made $45, I'll sell it. And you'll sit there and say, who's buying it at $49.90? You know, they always call it an arbitrage, right? You could buy it at $49.90 and you can tender it at 50 cents. You can make 10 cents in a few days. They call that risk arbitrage. But besides that, the shorts will be standing there at $49.90 because they have to cover up their position. So all the people that are long, like us, would sell because it's the end of the road. And that's how they would flatten out their positions. They would lose $45 and that'd be the end of the road. I look at that as a negative because we want unlimited upside. I don't want 50, I want 5,000. I don't want $50, I want 5,000. Even though 45 is a bloodbath, 5,000 puts these guys in front of their run, and they jumping in front of that train like that German guy did in Volkswagen.
Well, somebody's asking.
I'll give you an example of a stock, Northwest Bio. Been working on,
You've got Radar Love. That's the question I was just going to ask you. Northwest Bio.
Northwest Bio working on, brain cancer for a long time. They've diluted the company all these years. I think there's over 1 billion shares in the float now, whatever the number is. If Merck comes in to buy them, and let's say they pay $10, that's a $10 billion takeover. The dilution has cost the shareholders, the naked short sellers have cost the shareholders and the company management a ton of money, because if it had a normal float, let's say of 100 million shares, they would have to pay $100 a share for the company. Do you understand the math? So the dilution has now cost them. Now Merck will come in and say, hey, I'm not going to pay, $20 for it. I'm going to pay 10. That's how these guys look at these things, and they look at the bidders.
But you're right. I mean, that's the cost of this criminality that Greenspan allows to continue. It's not easy. It's not hard to fix this. The rules have been on the books almost 100 years. But I guess Gensler.
That's what it is. I mean, that's what they do. They dilute, they kill it. Then the company gets in a panic because we're going to get kicked off the almighty NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is here to protect us. The NASDAQ doesn't do anything. Finger Motion got listed on the NASDAQ. Finger Motion needs to get on the NASDAQ, and at all costs, they're going to protect us. The stock was 9. I thought it was great. I wouldn't have to watch it anymore. Lynn Partners slaughtered it down to 80 cents. Slaughtered it.
Here's a stock. I mean, it's a 22-cent stock. CRKN. 1.2 billion shares traded today. 1.2 billion. Let me just see how many shares are outstanding.
What is it? 10,000 shares in the float? They trade 1 billion shares.
Outstanding shares 51 million. Float 51 million. And they traded 1.2 billion today. Crown Electrokinetics, CRKN.
So the range was 60 cents to 22 cents, right?
Yeah.
They killed it already, right?
Yeah.
So let's do the math. I'm Citadel, and I can sell 500 million shares of this stock at, say, 50 cents.
Right.
500 million shares. And I can knock it all the way back down, hopefully to 0. I can make 50 cents 500 million times.
Just do it. Just do it, knocking it down to 22. Just do it times 28 cents.
Whatever it is.
That's 140 million.
Every dime is what?
It's $140 million that Ken Griffin makes because he's a bloody genius and he's adding so much to society. Look, $140 million profit on any pool of money out there. The Merrill Lynch Realty Trust Plus Bust Fund. It adds return to that pool of money. That's a lot of money in 1 or 2 days.
I told you, everyone, there's a show you can go watch. I don't know where it is right now. It's called the 7-5 Precinct. 7-5, the number 7-5 in Brooklyn. It's about a crooked cop. He was working. He became protection for the drug dealers. He was robbing the drug dealers, protecting the drug dealers against other drug dealers, and they made a fortune. The whole precinct was dirty. He said there's more money in the hood than in Beverly Hills. More money in that neighborhood, that poor neighborhood, than anywhere else. There were murders, drug dealers, everything was going on. Wall Street, there's more money to be made in the gutter and the small stocks. That's where they make, that's where they make most of their money. I told you, it's impossible to go in and buy Tesla and NVIDIA in the size that they need, the returns. Look how fast they destroyed GameStop, how much money was taken. Look at this little piece of shit that we're talking about now, whatever that is. Down 30 cents on a billion shares. Are you kidding me? Who's selling all those shares?
It's dropped 2.5 cents since we talked. Now it's 16 cents.
Oh, there you go.
15 cents.
So
now it's 15 cents. So it opened at 42.
So really, what's going to happen? Well, forget all that nonsense. When the stock stopped dropping, the criminals don't have any bids.
Right.
They don't bid. They sold it, and they're not going to buy it back. Finger motion, they've sold it and not bought back a share. How do I know? Because we study it every day. I'm sitting here watching it, just like you. They sold stock today. They're sitting here. They're bidding for 300 shares. The market's 300 by 300. That's the short by the short. They have there's no marketing. They unless a bid comes in, they don't do anything. They don't want to buy anything. They would never buy anything. That's their game.
Unbelievable.
Listen, I try to repeat the same shit every day, and I'm sorry I sound like a broken record. But if I just get one person who could say, "Hey, thank you very much for the education," that means that when I'm set,
you got
that's
two
all
today.
I need is one. I did get it. We did get it today. We got one person who said, and it's not easy. You got to remember, I did this for 30 years. My older brother used to scold me every day. He used to call, "You stupid idiot. You got to learn this stuff. You got to figure it out. You got to learn quicker." I was always in a fire drill. And guess what? I never understood why. Why am I in such a fire drill? What the hell's going on here? It's a fire drill because there's big money at stake. And you don't have time to play this game. You got to understand everything about it as fast as it can go. And that's what I learned. And I learned from nothing. I learned how to deal with the most powerful people on Wall Street. I didn't deal with, retail brokers. I never had an account. I didn't even know how to open an account. How's that? William did, right?
Well, you're not that dumb.
Excuse me?
Didn't Gretchen Morgensen say you're not that dumb? You're not all that dumb or something like that. You're not dumb, she said.
Well, I'm not that bright. I can tell you one thing I am. I'm as fast as you can be. I hit a pickleball really hard, and I work hard. That's what I do.
Clark thanks you. Thank you for all the work you do. He really appreciates you.
Listen, I wish I could put money in your pocket, and you can call me Roaring Ham, and you can give me a medal. I don't care about. I want you to make money, but I want you to be protected so you don't lose money. That's another part of the game. You have to understand how to protect yourself. It's again, trading stocks. You're going to have to learn. We're not going to be here forever. You have to learn, but you have to learn all the little things I keep. You got to remember, I'm watching the criminals. I don't know what they're going to do next. I have to watch and see what their move is. Some days they want to spike it up and then drop it real quick. My friend bought 10,000 yesterday at 258 or something like that because I thought it was going to go. I bought 10,000. As soon as I bought it, they dropped it. And I said, that's part of their game. That's, you got to understand it. He wasn't paying attention to who they are, and that's what he did. He got caught. He's not concerned about it. He owns 400,000, but again, he just thought it was going to go at that point, and he did that. And that's what happens. So you got to understand all the movements in it. I didn't see it yesterday. Started to spike, and then it just stopped. And then they did the cha-cha back down. 100 shares, 100 shares. My friend was looking at it. My friend counted every share and everything. The biggest trade, he said, I think it was 23,000 shares. They crossed 23,000 at one point yesterday. And every day, people, I tell you about the naked short buy, which Dozer on Twitter posts for me every day, and I thank him again. Even though he's an LSU fan, he suffered enough. I took care of him from Florida State last year. I'm sorry. But he posted every day. And some days that number gets lower or higher based on, I have to calculate it based on the fake volume. I have to take the fake volume out of the volume. Today we traded 270,000 shares. Where the fuck did 270,000 shares come from? And the stock is sound asleep. So what they're doing is people are buying stock and they're hiding the trades in these dark pools. And they cross it sometimes. I can't, all these little tricks they're doing. And the volume is hard to see. So when I don't see the volume, we know it's fake. You have to remove it. So 270, let's say at least 130,000 of today's volume of 270 has to be removed. So we're looking at 140,000 real volume. The short number is going to come in at 50%, let's say, which makes it 140. That gives us a short of 70,000. But the short is really, if you look at it, you have to calculate it off of the 140,000, not off the 270,000. So that number goes from 50% up to 75%. And if you look at it, GameStop every day was doing 47% based on those numbers. And we've been at 62, 70% every day and higher. So finger motion, which we see them short and we don't see them buy back shit. GameStop, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. I can't tell what the hell's going on. That stock you just told me about, I have no idea what's going on. There's too much volume. We have an opportunity to see fraud in slow motion, and you're getting to see it. You're watching the criminals stand in the bank, in the vault, with no mask and no gun, and the police are standing there waiting for them to step out. That's how crazy these bastards are. That's what they're doing.
How long can Lend operate with impunity if the SEC won't enforce the
Nah, they're
rules?
coming to get them. They're going to get them. Listen, everything you've seen about naked short selling, it went exploded with GameStop, AMC. These reporters reporting on it, they're instructed to get this off the newspapers. They don't want anybody to see this. This is a crime. They don't want anyone to see or know about it. I'm sure, just like this is the Democrat, Republican nonsense. They don't want to see good things with Donald Trump. They don't want good things. The vaccine stuff, it's in the New York Post that this guy Fauci lied to everybody. I mean, they didn't want us to see that stuff. They want no social media. They try to hide things. Well, that's what these guys are trying to do. And the SEC wants this off the press. How does Gary Gensler go in front of Congress when they call him in and Jim Jordan comes in and says, hey, a second, there's 50 million shares of DJT and we found someone short 100 million shares, Citadel? What do you think they're going to do to them? How could you even call this an equity market? Once they get that blue sheet, that's why MMTLP is having a tough time with the blue sheets, because once you show the cards, they're dead. And we're getting closer. So finger motion to me, even though it's not the high profile name, it's well documented. We covered it very well, and we're getting closer. The company thank God, can hold up its own. And each day that goes on, we're getting closer to the end. This is coming to an end. I've been doing it 24 years. We're at the end. I've never seen the shit that's going on now in my life. GameStop, AMC, these stocks exploding. Now they got the former president of the United States on our side. We're winning. It's 100% we're going to win. I just don't know the day. And Lynn Partners is going to jail. They think they're playing games. They're going to be caught just like that guy who blew up Nomura, the Japanese guy, whatever the Chinese guy, Wang Hang, whatever the hell his name is. William, you know what I'm talking about?
Nomura Bill Wang.
The guy with the hedge fund in New Jersey who blew up everybody.
Oh, the governor of.
No, not the governor. The guy who's on trial now. I forgot his name.
Bill Wang.
Yeah, whatever his name is, right. They're all going to get caught.
Which Wang are you talking about?
The guy with the hedge fund who blew up the
I got it. We got it.
Yeah. These guys are all going to get caught. They're not getting away. Once you blow $1 billion, people, $1 billion, that's a lot of money. We look at it, we're so immune to hearing the word billion that we don't even think about it anymore. Oh, it's billion. Oh, it sounds like it's, $5. It's $1 billion. You know the holes in a bank of losing $1 billion? These are massive holes. Where are they getting to replace it with? Credit Suisse was so bad, they lost $1 billion. I don't know how many billions they lost, but they're sealing the documents up for 50 years. Everyone on this phone is going to be dead by the time we find out what the hell Credit Suisse did. Think about that one.
They shot Kennedy.
Think about that for a second. 50 years they're gonna hide the data on Credit Suisse.
So this guy met a commodity broker in Scottsdale last week. 21 years. He said dark pools are a bigger problem than short selling. I guess it's your perspective.
Well, there's a zillion problems. The whole system is corrupt. There's 10 people making all the money and everybody else is losing the money. And in the middle are the people like your friend who just told us he bought GameStop at 15 and sold it at 70. Those are the people in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of people who trade that are in the middle. That guy happened to be lucky enough to be in the middle.
Why do we keep buying if they can just cheat and steal? They use our money to attack our stock. So far.
Well, the difference is that the companies that are, well, let's look at it this way. Figure Motion has jumped out of the realm of the new issue company. DJT is a company that's trying to spend and build a company, right?
Yeah.
They got money. They have $250 million. They have money, but they're still a new company that's building out. All these companies, Mullen, what are they doing? They're building a new battery. This guy's building, they're building. These are new companies. Figure Motion was a new company and has survived the new company stigma and now is past that. It's like they broke into the clouds. It's very different. Now, what do you do? The shorts. What's the short and distort game now? They tried the fake reports already, right?
Mm-hmm.
They did the attacks. They did this. All those attacks were all designed to get the company to fold, not be able to raise capital, not to be able to do this. But we all understood it. And what did the company do? My friends funded it. We all know their tricks. We all knew what they were doing. And we didn't allow it to happen.
All right.
What?
Gotta find it. If they just give Kramer a wrist slap, the SEC, they just settle with him, won't he still have to cover the 400 million shares? Well, I think those shares are over at Alpine now. But yeah, they'll still have to cover it.
Those shares are heading someplace.
By the way, you're getting rich in GDC.
Why? Where is it?
92 cents.
I told you. I said it yesterday. I told you
That's what you told us, all right.
The company called me up. The company's being delisted. It's up. Great. We finally got good news. You thought it was crazy.
Yeah, because it always goes against the.
Well, they need now the company and the people behind that. What the assault here is how they have to work now. They don't want the company being delisted. I told you it's going to at least $1. It's got to go above $1, and it's got to be there for 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
Who said it was stupid?
Well, you're none too dumb.
I said yesterday, I put it up on Twitter. I don't know what's going on, but this thing it's finally showing its final life. I posted that with what I just said. And William, I memorized everything.
I know.
And I remember when you said, "Hey man, you're losing your hair." I still remember when you said that.
I said that. That doesn't sound very nice.
Yeah, you said to me, "Can I advertise on your full head?"
I don't think I said that. The hair you have looks like you're not going to lose.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm making sure I'm holding that. I'm going to stand. It was once it was called a great civilization I had up there.
He's funny.
No one else has any questions? Wake up the crowd. Let's go. Come on, this is in a funeral home. Let's go. Let's wake up at the trading desk, everyone.
The Italian-American bocce player Carmine Persico told Bernie in federal prison, "I was in the wrong business when I explained illegal shorting to him."
I told Steve Rosenberg a hundred times. I said that we've discussed that what the drug dealers should be in this business. Why would you do anything else? This is what they should be doing, right?
Well, the
And
drug money.
I heard many times where money was being laundered through naked short selling. All right, because brokers, people laundering that money, cannot lose a drug dealer's money.
They deliver cash in the basements on Wall Street from the drugs because Wall Street needs the cash. It's all, when you start thinking about it, the whole system is corrupt. And no wonder China's going to win at the end. All right. I've been told not to talk about those two stocks. So that's why, and you know that. I've been asked not to speak about them. You can make your own decisions on them. I was asked several weeks ago not to speak about them. I don't speak about them.
William owns DJYL. I've always said I had nothing to say about DJYL. But I did buy TDC. My friends bought it. We're following my friends, both of them. So I've been waiting for a sign from the God when it's going to turn up. GDC finally woke up a little bit yesterday. And my daughter bought some at 74 cents. And my daughter has become a big time trader. She bought 5 shares at GameStop at 27, sold it at 63. Not as good as the gentleman we spoke about, but she asked me what to buy. I do have to have it down in GDC because she's upside down there. And she did. She paid 74 cents.
I think the reason I was asked not to speak about it is talking on social media and whatever interferes with the juju. It's bad car. I don't know why, but I just didn't do. I no longer talk about it. You're missing some good tennis. Swiatek versus golf. Yeah, I don't really watch women's tennis, but I'll turn it on. I can turn it on
I
now.
like women's tennis more than men's tennis.
I saw a little bit of the match of Zverev beating this new guy who beat Djokovic, and that was exciting for a little while. Yeah, but it ended up being Tabilo, Alejandro Tabilo versus Alexander Zverev, and it ended up being. But man, he beat Djokovic in about an hour. Unbelievable. Um,
Well, that's the same thing that's going to happen here. Djokovic was the king, and the king is being overthrown, and that's what's going to happen to Lynn Partner. They wanted to be the king, and now they're going to get overthrown. That's what's going to happen.
So what about your Rangers? I don't know if Rangers are baseball or
Yes.
ice hockey.
Hockey. I went to every Ranger game for 7 years. My friend had seats against the glass. I went to every game, avid fan. Now I watch the games and I put the game on, they drop the puck, and it's the third period. I fall asleep. I can't keep my eyes open. I watch the hockey games on the West Coast at 11 o'clock at night to watch those. That falls, I think it's half between the first and third periods of the game. That's how it was.
I take a nap at the Rangers games.
Listen, people who have never been to a hockey game, you should, everyone, I went to one hockey and go take your son, your kid, your daughter. It's the most exciting game in person that you'll ever see. It's end-to-end action, and it's just so fast. And it's just amazing how fast they go in that confined space. And they actually, when they do score, it's just amazing. They kill each other. It's just a great game to watch. It's super fast.
I once went to
And I know people love basketball because it's easier. Most of us can't skate like that. But to see it in person, it's the greatest sport.
Call ended.
Call ended. I'm sure you'll call back. So on WH, for the umpteenth time, WHDI, it's in your accounts, in my account, and it's an entry. The company distributed it a year ago, but they're waiting for the approval from the SEC. I went over it on a video about, and I did it here, about Frank Kristen did an interview about 2 weeks ago, and he talked about it. They're still waiting for approval for that to trade. It's been distributed. It's just waiting on the SEC. The good news is apparently WDHI, Worldwide Holdings Inc., is they're looking at acquisitions of other companies. But the starting point's supposed to be $3.50 a share. I'm sure everyone will sell as soon as it trades, but that's the starting point. Yes. I didn't hang up on you. I thought you hit a car or something. So, how do you figure Finger's going to close today?
Listen, I hope it closes at 20. I hope it closes there, but I'm not here to manipulate stocks. I'm here to educate you. If you want to play, you accumulate. That's the way to do it. Let them come to you. You can take the offer, that bid. That's the way the price doesn't mean anything. Granted, I'm going to lose on options. I'm a big boy. I learned how to do it a long time ago. And if you catch them right, you make fortunes. That's why the SEC always invests in insider trading. It always goes to options. insider trading, if you bought the stock and you went up, they would never question you. If you buy 100 calls and the stock stops trading and the stock goes up 10 points because XYZ is taking them over, you're getting a letter for insider trading. Options is where that's where you make the most money, the best money is in options. If you can time it. And I told you before, anyone who has inside information, just give it to somebody, have it posted on Twitter, make sure they don't buy the stock. And just post the rumor that I heard that, Goldman Sachs is buying, E-Trade or whatever it is. Just post it on Twitter. The stock may go, wait, count to 10 after it's posted. Look at it, take a copy of the post, and say, I bought it because I saw that post. But that's it. And you get away with it. And that's learning from the pros. These idiots always get caught inside trading. They keep it a secret, and they all get caught. That's how stupid they are. Don't say he told you that.
Busy says, the ham
But
is
that's what
still on.
But that's what you should be doing. Did he taught me that?
Buy the stock, not the calls.
Now, if you got the inside scoop, make sure you get someone to post it on social media places. Whatever. Stock twits. And when the SEC said you let us in, I bought it because I saw it here. I like the story.
So now the SEC is going to devote a task force to that, but they can't devote Gary Gensler's pulpit to helping his own teams fight naked short selling. You see where their priorities are.
They all know, 100% they all know. I posted this cover of Forbes 65,000 times. There's a story from, I can't remember the guy's first name, whether it was Isaac or Ira Polish. It goes back to 1983. He worked for the SEC. He did a report on naked short selling. His name is Pollack, Pollack. It's Isaac, but that was the first report on naked short selling. But I always use the GameStop because it's on the cover of Forbes. If it's there, it's naked short selling decent. That means naked short selling is well known. Everybody knows about it.
Quite sure of this guy's question. He wants the best guess. Oh, the best guess. What's the end for Finger in terms of months? How many more months do we have to wait? I really think you should be in Finger for the fundamental hold and investment and plan on being in it for 1, 2, 3, 4 years. You're not going to find a better stock, I don't think. And you get a squeeze if it happens. If it doesn't, it goes to 30 in 18 months or 2 years. I don't know.
I'm the opposite of William. It's like an opinion. Everyone has one, right?
Yes. And
My
yours?
My opinion on finger motion is minutes. That's what I believe. But I'm crazy, so you gotta remember that.
It keeps you from going insane.
Listen, I am the fastest trader you're gonna find. For me to be in a stock and watching it grow, I believe that probably Steve Rosenberg can attest to that. Steve Rosenberg, don't you put a little thing in Williams, whatever that box is, and tell him how fast the trader I was. He knows. No one's faster than me. No one was faster than me. And I did it for a long time. I believe finger motion is ready to explode. I think the fundamentals have lit the fuse. I think Lynn Partners has trapped himself and has given us the jet fuel to take it to the stars. William has given you a conservative view, which I appreciate, but I look at it like, let's light this candle and roast these fuckers. And you know what? to wait for Finger Motion to grow this company. I'll sell my stock at blank prices, and when it's short squeeze, they always come back down, and I can reinvest at a lower level, buy back twice as many shares, and be very happy about what I do for the long term. That's
So who is buying all who's buying all the shares, Finger? Is it possible they're selling it to places that are buying these shares in our retirement accounts?
well, you can look at you can look and see if your retirement account you get to see what they own.
I guess so.
You can look at it.
Steven Rosenberg says you were the slowest trader he ever met.
I told you, he was my platoon. He was the first guy to shoot him in the back.
He didn't say that. I said it. He says the SEC fines brokers for illegal naked shorting. They never do anything about it because the problem is too big to reveal.
That's the best part about it, people. We've laid the groundwork for 20-something years, so you can maybe be the beneficiary of what the work we've done. Not Rory, Kitty, the people that I know, my friends. Pat Byrne, when he gets into the White House, we'll clean it up. So we got here to November. That's what I look at. Finger Motion is well aware of the naked short. Finger Motion is giving us a free special dividend. I heard the other day from their IR guys to come out after the earnings. So as soon as the earnings come out, the dividend news will get the approval on the record date, and that'll be in play right behind us.
Have you heard of the Junior Coyotes? This gentleman, I don't know, JR Coyotes. It's a hockey team. This gentleman had youngest player. His youngest son has played since he was 8 years old.
Wow.
Oh God.
Listen, I played hockey. Believe it or not, I was a speed skater when I was younger. I switched from speed skating to ice skating. And I always took those long strides. It's really not. I can go forever in a circle, but stop, go. You got to be more of an ice dancer. I've long gone. I needed to get the training from the women's ice skating league. I mean, that's the type of hockey is like stop, go. It's not like it's not long skating. It's a different stride.
Gondors, Modern Night. Since August of last year, I have stopped putting GTII first and foremost. Simple reason, which I've stated over and over and over again when the stock was 2 and now that the stock is 10 cents. Unless David Reichman retires or dies, that stock is dead in the water. Can I be any more clear? I know you did, but I did too.
Oh, somebody's telling you?
It was somebody. No, Gondor's Modern Night. So you're not tagging GTII now that it's under, etc.
Well, let me answer that. Well, if you don't get close, let me answer it. We expose the criminals like we said we were going to do. We expose the prime broker like we said we were going to do. The short position is alive and well. Where is it? We can't get the answer to that. I'm trying to say is if David Reichman was to die or retire, someone would put great fundamentals into this company and we can talk about it. The story has been told. Framers, Alpine, we exposed both of them. No one has done that. No one. We can't force the issue of the stock settlement. It's somewhere. The way to force it now is to add some sort of good fundamental story, not the biggest, doesn't have to be the best, just go sideways with something. Sell bubble gum. I don't care what you do. Sell used condoms right here. Anything. Put out news. We sold 2 used condoms today. Anything. Do something. So either die or get the hell out so we can put a company in there. Williams heard of 10 guys that want to put companies in. I heard deals left and right. No one wants to give a company to an 80-plus-year-old guy on the way out who's taking a nap all day. That
Steve,
doesn't mean it's not going up. By us tagging it, what are we tagging? GTII. What about it? We're waiting for the CEO to die. Is that what
look, I want people to make money. I don't know how, if I tag things when I think they're flat or going down, that's going to change anything. But whatever. I don't want to get worked up about it.
It is what we said. The company needs to just do a crumb, and we can talk about it. Everything else is on the table. Richard Hoffman is doing videos on it. Richard Hoffman is looking for shareholders to join in so that we can help revolt and get the CEO. Richard Hoffman. We get to the CEO and we vote our people in. That's all we have to do. He's not the king of England. We can throw him out. He has to do something. You just can't sit there and sleep on the couch all day. Hey, there's nothing wrong about it. The guy's 80-some years old. You're going to tell your grandfather to get off the couch, you lazy prick, and go to work? That's what this guy, he just doesn't want to give up on it for whatever reason. We're all getting old. And I'm telling you, if I get to the couch, I'm going to take it.
I'm getting old listening to this call.
Easy with it. We all know. We have friends in it that don't know a lot of stuff. We got to get the CEO out. We're trying. You want to help? Instead of yelling at us, tagging it, me saying it, they ain't making it go up. Let's say they call me in to go to Washington, D.C. to the hearing. All right? And they're going to say, tell us about your escapades. I'm going to say, well, they destroyed this small company, DJI. We caught the crook, we caught the prime broker. Well, what does this little company do? I'm going to say, nothing. They got 2 old people, 3 old people sleeping right now. I can't wake them up. What do you want me to say? There's nothing to say. I'm trying to get in there with the best story possible, and me going down there, the words coming out of my mouth is going to be FNGR, and I promise I will be there ready to go.
So Gordon Modern Knight, is that enough talking about GTII? It's an energy suck right now. It just wasted time right now. Complete waste of time. It'll change. We're not giving up. I'm not giving up. I will try to do everything to make it work, but
there's nothing we can
there's
do.
nothing you can do, Gonders. It's the same damn thing every day, every week. I'll highlight it and I'll just say the same stupid thing every effing time. I don't see the point.
All right, enough. Let's not get aggravated. It's over.
So Concrete Jungle is saying there's a gamma push on GME now. Maybe.
Where is it now?
Let me look. I gotta pull it up.
If it's 26 to 27, I agree with you.
It's 21.
It's the gamma squeeze that went over the 20 calls. Listen, they went to battle with 100,000 soldiers. 90,000 have been wiped out. They got 10,000 left. They're taking the steam out of the momentum. They took Murray Kitty in the backyard and shot him. That's what they're trying to do. That's the message they're trying to do. So the retail investors have enough to come back and take on this fund. I doubt it.
Yeah.
So my opinion on that is I applaud everyone's attempt. They got made money, but you know what? Go find something else. Whatever you want to go play, go find something else.
Yeah, you had your squeeze, right? That's
If
what
you're
you're
gonna,
saying.
if you think it's gonna work, go out by the July 30 calls or 35 calls. They're probably worthless now. But the stock is 20. Go buy those. Close your eyes. This way you won't miss it if it goes.
You know, Daisy says, so what you're saying, it's dead in the water. Yeah, but you know what happens with stocks? When everything looks the darkest, that can be the time to buy it, because there can be a change in situation. I'll repeat myself. If David Reichman expires or retires, there is going to be activity in GTII that you will not believe. But as long as it's a dead man's hands on the wheel, GTII is going down. How's that?
I don't think it's going down. I think it's going to go sideways to nothing. It's just not going to do anything.
I don't think it's going to. I mean, it's already down.
I don't think he's going to last forever. Let's look at it that way.
Calm down, William. All right, I'll calm down. Fair enough. I just get the mind-numbing nature of some of the questions, and it's on me. I know.
Listen, it's come down. Unfortunately, the government has left the CEO and the company and the shareholders standing here. What are you looking for answers? That's what's happened, right?
Well, I know for a fact, and I'm not going to reveal my sources, since sometime last August, this has been the dance. And I think I came on here and was clear with you. I called it Palace Intrigue. And I called, and Ham called, said the guy has to go. But there was a battle for control of the company. This is a man who woke up out of a slumber and decided that he's a genius and he's the only one that can run his company. Well, he ran it from over $2 down to 10 cents. I guess he proved his point. All right. This guy says, if it goes down, I'm going to buy more. That's not a bad idea. I mean, I can't give you advice, but I've made more money buying stocks when no one wants them than when everybody wants it. Talat is getting together with Richard. That's cool, Talat. I've never met you, but we're all working with Richard. Does anybody know? Yes, I do. I do.
Okay. Listen, I have someone here. I got to run. I have someone stopping by to say hello. Let me run.
All right. Talk to you later.
Call ended.
Mojo, I would talk about it if I can. So thank you for bringing it to everyone's attention. I'm the one that, Ellie Belly, thank you. I'm the one that got upset. I get frustrated because I just, maybe I'm not clear enough. But for months, I've been basically saying the same thing. And then I guess the best thing to do with a live is just put loser after loser after loser after loser and hope people want to show up. I don't intend to give up on GTII. I've made that clear too. I believe that I can affect changes that would make that stock a winner for everybody. And when I say I, it means all of us. But just repeating the same thing over and over and over again, it just makes no sense to me. It just doesn't make any sense. You've got stocks that are up. You've got stocks that are up. And this gentleman wants me to focus on a stock that's gone from over $2 to 10 cents. And that's the best one to talk about. I talked about it all the way down. I didn't come out and say, sell, because you never know. You never know. The next day, Alpine could go out of business. You know the story. Alpine has filed lawsuit after lawsuit. You know the Kramers were in trouble because whoever was behind it hired 3 guys, bought 3 guys to come tell us to move to COSM. They were underwater $1 billion. They bailed them out. We went. But hey, let's not talk about it because one of the guys died and the other one has a family. I mean, come on. There's niceties that we have to follow. I don't believe in coincidences. Fidelity was paying 1,000% to borrow GTII shares. Wells Fargo stopped allowing people to buy. The stock was $9. The volume was exploding. And in came 3 guys to say, hey, the CEO sucks. The CEO at COSM is a bloody genius. He never lies. He's going to go on upstream. He talks to Lou. He's changing the name as if that means anything. He's changing the QSIP. There's a 2,000% short squeeze, and this is going to rock and roll. Everybody moved over. Well, what did it do? I don't care. Some people made money in COSM. Almost everyone got slaughtered in COSM. You had the IR guy who gets paid. You had another guy, oh, but he's dead. You can't say that about him. And then you had a CEO who took $34 million out of the market. He had a piece of shit company that couldn't raise money. You don't think he was paid off? Well, what about GTII? What happened to GTII? Guys, this is so much money. They don't want you to know. They don't want Congress to know. They don't want Rachel Maddow, the idiot, to know that they counterfeit shares. They sell stock. They sell money into existence. They sell stock into existence, take your money, and it's trillions with a T of dollars every year. They pay very little in taxes. None. And they don't want that known. Kramers were a front. They got Reichman to sign a toxic converter note. Reichman was smart enough to buy it back. But then the Kramers clients, there's 6 or 8 people on Great Neck, New York Island, kept selling. But then whatever hedge fund is behind them kept selling and selling. They were in trouble. So they paid money to people that work on Wall Street. Whether those people knew it was part of a scheme or not, who knows? But they gave inducements and enticements to stop their pain. How do you know that? You can't prove it. Oh, you can't prove it. Of course. Can you go to a customs agent and prove how much cocaine Pablo Escobar brought into the United States through Arkansas? You can't prove, but you can see there's a lot of cocaine in New York, in LA, in Chicago, in New Orleans. How did it get there? Well, you can't prove how. So there's no proof. Guys, the evidence is there. They paid off a few people to stop the squeeze in GTII. And then once it stopped, the selling came in. The selling came in. And the selling came in. It's their pattern of behavior. And how do you know the Kramers at all were in trouble? Alpine took over the trade. And then Alpine uses our court system to obfuscate and confuse. And then, oh, so GTII is not on your title anymore? There is nothing that's going to make GTII go up right now. Nothing. Zip, nada, zilch, nothing. Why? because any company who or which were to come into GTII would have to satisfy themselves that there were not nefarious things that happened, that they're not entering into lawsuit city. And you'll have to ask Richard Hoffman about all that. It's not clean. So here I am talking about a bloody energy sink, GTII. For what reason? For what reason? Look, if I were king of the world and became CEO, I'd have that. I'd have things to tell you. And I'm not saying that I'm the guy for it. I would do it. But what a waste of time. What a waste of time. That stock has round tripped. And it needs to become a new trade. And the only way to make it a new trade is for David Reichman to die, because it doesn't look like he's going to go away, or retire. But there's people that are in the top of that firm that are exposed to risk. Okay, let's talk about other stocks. I don't really have anything more to say about GTII. It's just a repeat. The stock is 10 cents. We all had the chance to get out at $10 or at $9. So whatever that arithmetic is, I mean, I didn't do it. I can sit here and say to myself, oh gosh, when's it going to go back up? But do you know how difficult it is to get a stock to go from 15 cents to $1.50? The only way it's going to happen is if GTII builds fundamentals and builds something that is so bloody massive that the shorts can't short against it. They can't control it. And what you want me to do is talk about it. Here's the strategy. Here's how I'll do it. So the shorts can start layering in the defenses. You don't understand this strategy, this cottage industry. It is done on an industrial scale. Kurt Kramer, in the filing that the SEC made as its complaint, destroyed 325 companies, and that was just in 4 years, and he's a bloody idiot. He couldn't do another job. He worked at 8 places on Wall Street in 2.5 years. He's dumb. But he was able to destroy 325 companies. Imagine if you add in Yorkville, and you add in Aubrey, and you add in Ionic, and you add in Fat Jeff Easton, and you add in endless number of these. They destroy thousands of companies every year. And it's not because they're geniuses. It's because the big pools of money, the $1 trillion pools run by Leon Black and Steve Brown and Ken Griffin and I can't think of all the names right now. It's all in Gretchen Morgeson's book, The Plunderers. These guys do this arm's length because they can get rates of return for their $1 trillion funds. But their $1 trillion funds lend out the stock to their friends at the prime broker who mimeograph it. They make a lot of money. If you were not frightened to death by what Patrick Burns said the other day on Busy Brand Zoom call, you weren't listening. You weren't listening. Patrick Burns said that Wall Street used to be filled with wonderful agency business, wonderful businesses. I remember that. When brokerage firms had trading desks, when they had research, when they had investment banking, and they had brokers. They had squawk box calls. They offered stock to retail and institutional investors. They made their profit by being a market maker. They made their profit by being an investment bank. They made their profit by doing secondary offerings. They made their profit by commissions, which there's an old saying, nobody buys anything on Wall Street. It has to be sold to them. You used to have brokers calling up and saying, you know, I really think you should be buying Finger Motion. Our analyst just put out her numbers on Finger, and this is the way it looks, and boom, boom. None of that's there anymore. None of it. It's all gone. All gone. The only thing that's left is the stock loan desk, which is in and of itself a polite way of saying the Xerox machine. We've got 1,000 shares of Exxon belonging to Mrs. O'Leary. We'll lend out that 1,000 shares, but there's 3 people want to borrow it. No problem. We'll give you 1,000. We'll give you 1,000. We'll give you 1,000. Oh, there's more? We'll do it 10, 15 times. Now, that could be a problem if anyone wants physical stock. So let's change the rule. Let's change the rule. It happened around 2010, 2011. We will no longer hold certificates in physical form on Wall Street. Everything has to be electronic. There, we solved that problem. No one will know if they have real or fake shares. There is no such thing anymore. It's all electronic. They solved that. Well, what if someone starts buying the stock? Well, let's put in the Merrill Lynch $5 rule. The thundering herd of 21,000 brokers cannot recommend a stock below $5. All of this is gone. The only thing left, as Patrick Burns said it, is a desk with Vinny and Tony and Jimmy lending out, Xeroxing certificates. And that's just a code word for ignoring settlement, ignoring locate, ignoring the obligation to deliver when you put up your cash. He went further and said they used the foreign exchanges simply to lie. Well, where'd you get that locate? Well, I got it out of Stuttgart. Oh, well, that's okay then. There's no compliance anymore. You used to have compliance in-house. There's no compliance. A person with even an ounce of curiosity, which Adina Friedman at her $2.5 million a month salary NASDAQ has 0 of, would say, well, wait a minute. How did the Stuttgart exchange locate 10 million shares? They barely trade, but no one asks. So the scary thing that he said is this lie, this fraud, this scheme, my words, this river of money, his words, is how Wall Street makes their living now. It's how Gibson Dunn, who I think is a criminal organization, my opinion. They just defend criminals, big smiles on their face. I don't want to look it up now, but you can see the guy representing Kurt Kramer. This guy wouldn't even be in the same circles with Kurt Kramer. Obviously, a hedge fund said, "Hey, help this front. It's the key to my business." Gibson Dunn makes money. The prime brokers make money. Congress makes money. They're paid off. And the regulators want a job with Gibson Dunn. They want a job with Goldman Sachs, so they don't do anything. And in front of it is the arrogant, narcissistic, psychopath, sociopath, Kurt Kramer, who's on top of it, dumb. And he's a control freak. His name's all over everything because he can lie because he's got Richard Nadich protecting him. And I'll remind you again, everything on my videos, my own opinion, my own judgment. This was the scariest thing that Patrick Burns said. Why? Why? It's the only way Wall Street's making money. Do you think they're going to let us stop them? They're not going to let us stop them. They're going to pay off whoever they have to pay. They're going to corrupt whoever they have to corrupt so they can continue to live the lives that Croesus could only imagine living. I can see I calmed down. It's frightening. It's very frightening. It's horrible. And so to me, the ways we have to be is we have to fight it. We have to recognize that the entire system is corrupt. So we have to organize and fight back. And we're doing that. We will have our breakthroughs. I think GTII management did fight pretty admirably for about 2.5, 3 years, but they're not there now. Finger has fought, and Finger Motion is actually through to the other side. Finger Motion no longer needs fat Jeff Easton. And by the way, Finger got where it is not through any help from Easton. And although I will point out, I think Finger, because of how well it's managed, because of the skill of Martin Shen, was able to take the money that was stolen out of the market by the toxic convertible note. Because Finger has such a good business model and has one of its engines of revenue is so safe, so predictable, they were able to grow that, but they needed additional infusions of money outside of the traditional corrupt Wall Street, which they got. They got. And Finger Motion no longer has to go back to the pimp, Jeff Easton. Other companies are breaking through, but CEOs have to stop signing these notes. CEOs have to recognize that Adena Friedman's NASDAQ is a facsimile, a poor facsimile of what it used to be. It used to be run by men, and now it's a woman who thinks she's achieved some great statement for womanhood. And I'm not picking on women. I'm picking specifically on Adena Friedman, who got there because she's a woman. It's her only qualification. She also worked at Carlyle Group. She has shown no evidence of curiosity, no evidence of trying to do her job, no evidence of looking out for CEOs or investors. She might be complicit. She might be paid off. But I actually, in my lifetime, I've very rarely found that women are part of you know, payoff schemes or some sort of quiet agreement to break the law. I can't think of any women that I know that would go along with that. So it only leaves that she's dumber than a brick or just incurious. But CEOs have to stop believing that if they get on the NASDAQ and they need capital, that it's some sort of nirvana. It's not. Adina Freeman doesn't give a crap if hedge funds destroy you. And she would rather go hang out with the Aubrey advisors glad handers than help out the investors in their de-SPACs who get destroyed. CEOs have to recognize Wall Street is full, at the top, is full of incompetent, corrupt people who don't want the gravy train to stop. And that's the scariest thing about what I heard Patrick Burns say. It's a river of money. And, you know, even on Wall Street, that river of money goes to the very, very top, except for all those brokers out there that are dumb with money and you can't talk to about this issue. They get annual income streams just by gathering assets. Oh, Mrs. Jones, let's just put it in this ETF and we'll put it in Stevie Cohen's new fund, which is giving an 8% per annum. And what that momentum does is allows Wall Street to expand assets under management, and all the brokers benefit from that, the wealth advisors. There is that. But I don't know why it hit me with such clarity, but Wall Street is not going to go down easily. They're going to do every trick to fight back, everything. And it's not fair to blame it on, you know, a hapless CEO. But anyway, all right, Talat, I guess I calmed down enough. Aren't brokers by that's like the Woody Allen movie where he's marrying or dating this woman or going to marry her. I don't think it was Diane Keaton. It might have been, but he had to go meet the family. And the father said, "So what is it you do? I understand you work for a brokerage firm." He said, "Oh, I invest people's money. I'm a broker. I'm a stockbroker. I invest people's money until it's all gone." At least she's been consistent. That's true. That's very funny. Is Barry Seal the guy in the movie? I watched that movie with Tom Cruise. It was pretty good. Colonel Beck introduced me in 72, 73 to CIA operative Barry Seal. He ran it for the CIA. Well, Stephen, I know that happens, but I also understand that a lot of the drug money gets delivered in cash underneath the basement of Wall Street because those banks need the cash. They need the deposits. I don't know. How do you prove it? I don't know. Ron stock at 0.005. I'd be careful. Zach might be correct, but I think you've already missed your move. To go from 0.007 to 0.005 is a huge percentage move. Press release coming next week. That's the trap to get retail to jump in. I can be wrong. But the 0.007 is seller boxed, and the amount of money a market maker can make between 0.0001 and 0.007 is huge, trading back and forth. If they can get it to run from 0.0007 to 0.005, 2 decimal places, enormous money made. So just be careful on that. Don't chase it. Don't buy it. I might be wrong, but don't buy it at the last minute on Friday. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to get you on.
Battery 20%.
Oh, my
Connected to Bill's iPhone.
My battery's down. Oh. Okay, gotta hit it again. Okay. There we go. All right. You're
I'm
alive.
sorry. My neighbors want to borrow a football jersey, so I get a football jersey.
The New York Football Giants.
I actually had a Buffalo Bills jersey. I don't know why, but so my son buys the Chinese knockoff jerseys for $30 to get professional looking jerseys, and he was buying all these jerseys. You know, so I just gave him money.
So,
Anyway, what
you didn't miss anything. I got a little worked up on a couple of questions, so you didn't miss anything.
listen, stop getting worked up. You can't do anything about it. You know, we don't control. These are not our public companies. There's nothing to control. We can give advice and information to the public companies, but they have to operate. Remember, they're the gatekeeper. You know, they make the decisions. We can't do it.
So
Make a motion.
Rainier wants to know, anyone know when we can expect the earnings release of Finger? Rainier, very simple.
I think it's the end of the month. I think they said.
Yeah, but it's very simple, Rainier. You type into Google Yahoo Finance, that pops up. In the search button, you type FNGR, send, and then the summary for finger motion pops up. Then you look not just at the price, but you just scroll down to the middle of the page. It gives you the previous close, the open, the bid and the ask, the days range, 52-week range, volume, average volume, market cap, beta, etc. And then it gives you the earnings date right there on Yahoo Finance, earnings date, May 28th through June 3rd, Rainier. May 28th through June 3rd.
So there's a 6-day window. Is that what it is?
I guess there's probably a weekend in there. Let me look it up.
No big deal. Again, some things you know, I count them with a grain of salt. You know, we don't want to see the company go from 30 million in revenue to $100 million revenue in a week. I hope it happens for us, but the company's on the path to the right direction.
It is a pretty big window. There's 4 trading days, 28, 29, 30, 31. Then the weekend, Monday's the 3rd. So it's about 5. It's a pretty big window. 5 days that it could come out. Not legal advice says hi to you, pork loin.
Yeah, he lives. He still lives. I wonder who's going to. It's a race to the finish line. It's not legal advice, but David Wright goes first. We all got our money on the favorite. Richard, don't win that race.
He's trying to make Reichman laugh. It hasn't worked. He's gone through his whole catalog of jokes, and he can't get Reichman to laugh.
I think I think the CEO of this company is like a weekend at Bernie's. They carry them around.
Oh, I always
And
say
then-
breakfast at Biden's. It's weekend at Biden's. All right. I don't know. I never saw the movie.
Listen, sometimes it's better just to go sideways, let it pan out, and things will turn. There was a stock that just went from 4 cents to $2.50 today. I think someone told me. Simple of it. I forgot what it was. Maybe someone can tell us what it was.
$2 to $4.
They go, they go.
Was that one we were just talking about? That I can't remember it.
Oh, is that the one with it's the exchange something? Or something
Yeah,
like that?
CK some. I should have. Oh, I might have taken a picture of it just to remember. I did. Is it the CRKN? No, the
No,
one
it was
that
the
went
stock
to
that
2.
Went to 2.5 or something like that. Someone brought it to my attention. I have it on my phone. But I stopped.
I can almost remember. I'm as bad as Biden. Yeah, I don't have it here. Darn it.
Well, again, things turned up. Look at GameStop. It was $10. They were giving it its last price, and it went to 80. Whatever. Now the company's raised a ton of money. Will they continue this? I told them, take the money and go buy Apple with it. That's it. Just buy it. Don't worry about doing business anymore.
Not legal advice says Reichman passed away about March of 2023. It's not very nice, but it's not too far from the,
It's not legal advice on it. Can we buy puts on them?
Oh, it was FFIE, the fondsman says. That's right, FFIE. It
It
was
was 4 cents. It went to 2.5, right?
P5FO FUM. Yeah.
Listen, I don't like to get dragged into those things. So many.
By the way,
Anyone
not
can go
legal
in.
advice says earnings on May 28th were near. We'll see. We'll find out. Let's just call it the last week of May. Just the last week of May. Can I do a Donald Duck squeeze? No.
What the hell's a Donald Duck?
PS71 says thank you for all you do. Share lending is their profit source, not legal advice says that's right. But that name share lending sounds so innocent. It's just they cover for all this crap.
Everything they say, listen, even when you worked on Wall Street, it's not easy. What does that mean? What you have to learn all the different languages that were taught down, and you have to learn about it.
Right.
And it becomes a norm. Naked short selling. We were like, what's that? When I first heard about it, I said, what the hell is that? Oh, when you short it, you don't have to borrow it. So I said, what the hell am I borrowing it for? And paying these fees. Oh, only special people can do it. I'm like, what? And that's when we started to figure it out. Like, who the hell are these special people?
Right.
And we figured out they were just criminals from Canada, from the Caymans, from here. What's so special about these people? None of them are here. They're everywhere else. How do we become special? The government is a disgrace. They can say what they want,
So
but they're a disgrace to allow these people to rob everybody. Just plain rob them.
not legal advice says that Stuttgart is pronounced with 4 T's. I guess I mispronounced it because Patrick Byrne talked about the Stuttgart exchange. But he also says that his parents were married in Stuttgart after World War II.
Wow. I've never been to Germany.
Stuttgart.
Isn't that what the Porsches or something like that? Some cars made there.
Stuttgart? I don't know. I've been to Frankfurt. I've been there.
The only
Germany's
thing I know about the
amazing.
Germans is Sergeant Schultz and Colonel Klein. That's all I know.
Germany is amazing. You go into the airport in Frankfurt, it's all brand new. The English, German, they have their business meetings in English. It's only half an hour flight from London. The streets are clean, everything's organized. I don't know why banks don't locate in Frankfurt. So AD Hopkins is asking about CRKN. That's that one.
Which one is that?
That's the one that traded at 1.3 billion shares today. It's at 20 cents. It opened at, I don't know, 42 cents, went as high as 60 cents, and now it's 20 cents. I wouldn't buy it. I don't see any reason to buy it. It's 1.4 billion shares, 1.5 billion shares traded.
Who's
And they have,
selling all this shit?
it's all, I mean, that's what amazes me is we all still have this view that there's some sort of integrity in the market. But I think we've learned, haven't we, over the last 3 years? They just sell stock that doesn't exist. And they do it over and over and over and over again. And maybe they buy some back to move it from one LLC to another. Maybe like Ionic did, they sell it and buy it back all day and just make a little bit of profit. I don't know. But I wouldn't buy CRKN. Wouldn't touch it.
Listen, you want to.
You know you're gambling both sides, up, down, sideways. Good luck. It's a tough thing to do. And you know what? You got to be careful what you're doing.
Don DeLac has something interesting. Let me see what he's saying. Bill, can you tell him? Well, I must be missing his original one, but tell him that had breast cancer return last year after a year of chemo. It spread to her liver, bones, etc. She went to a different regime that included fenbendazole. And then down here, what's interesting is I got to find it. After 3.5 months, her PET scan, I don't know if that's correct, PET scan showed no cancer. We've had several friends who have had the same results. I can give you or him my phone number or email. I mean, maybe that works.
Yeah, get that. I want to pass it to my friend, to his wife. Maybe she can get it.
Yeah. Okay. So Don, I guess either you can send it to my email.
Get it to you, and I'll get it.
Send it to my email, farandbalanced. I'll write it down at Gmail. Like Fox, fair and balanced news, fair and.
Wouldn't that be great? We could save someone's life. That would be fantastic.
It would be amazing. And I'm thinking of one person. And your mother.
Well, she passed away from it. I wish.
Send it there, Don, and I'll get it to him and we'll. That's great news. Okay, so what about CRKN? It's 1.5 billion shares traded today, opened at 40 cents, went to 60 cents, and now it's 20 cents.
That means there's many retail investors that are going to be slaughtered and saying, what's going on? The CEO is going to have all these new shareholders. Everyone's going to say, what's going on? 1 billion shares. They're all going to start yelling. And what's going to happen? I have no idea.
I have some MMTLP in my Roth IRA. No, I just moved it. I called my brokerage firm, asked them to move it to my regular account. They made me listen to, do you know this could be a taxable event? I do. I mean, the worst case, I think John Berta did a transaction a couple of months ago with the new company at $2 a share. Worst case, you'll have to report it at $2. I'm going to get advice, but I'm going to report it at 0. But anyway, You didn't pay $2, did you? You probably paid more. So I think I don't think there's a taxable gain there, but you do have to pay the 10% penalty if you're under 59.5. You are taking it as income, and you get outside of that tax shelter, that tax umbrella. But
What a headache.
it's a nightmare. But the one thing I would do, the pillar, before I did it, because you look like you're under 59.5, is go to their fact sheet. There is something there that if you make the effort, there's a way of getting your shares somehow recorded onto the database of the company. Let me look into it. Don't do anything yet. Let me look into that, because you look like you're under 59.5, and you don't want to pay that 10% penalty.
How come you never say that to me?
You look like you're under 69.
I'm under 100. Under 100.
You're under 69.5.
William says to me, it looks like my best days have passed me by. You're not a nice man, William.
I don't think I ever said your best days have passed you by.
You say it all the time.
I think your best days are ahead of you.
Oh, thank you very much. What did you say? My last days are ahead of me?
I didn't say that. That's pretty funny. I said that your best days are ahead of you if you like being in a box for eternity.
No, I can't do that. You know what? I'm claustrophobic as I got older.
Could you imagine?
When I fly, I have to sit on an aisle seat. I can't sit in the middle. I'll go nuts.
This is pretty amazing. FFIE went from 4 cents to $3.60. It almost went to $4 in 1 week. I mean, that's pretty amazing. I don't know why.
So there you go. So the people that saying GTI went, you have the loaded gun. It just needs to be fired, and we can't make it fire until the CEO expires, as William would say, right? He's rapping William now. He's a rapper.
I got pretty adamant about that because I don't see the point of revisiting GTII with the same explanation over and over again. As long as he's there, it's very difficult to get a new transaction or new per share value into the stock that shocks the shorts. I don't. So fenbenzazole is a dog dewormer. Miraculous results to cure cancer. But is that is there a company that? Well, anyway, send it. You can send it.
Yeah, my dog. I had a golden retriever. Two of them both died of cancer. Two brothers.
This guy, I don't know what stock he's talking about. Oh, GNS.
Osgram, Ken Fry.
He's talking about GNS. Whatever happened to that? I warned you guys. That guy was just a drum major. I was never impressed. He had a nice accent, but he says I had 100 shares. They did a reverse split. Now I have 1 share. That happened to me. I've used the example. For about 2.5 years, I worked to raise money for a biotech firm, healthcare, just based outside of it, Thoroughfare, New Jersey, right outside of Philly. And I would visit and did a lot of work. We raised a lot of money. Even though I wanted more at the end of the day, because they were going to go public, my associate and I settled for 400,000 shares. So I got 200,000 or something like that. He got 200. I thought we deserved so much more, but I agreed to it. It's going public. It's going to be great. So I had 200,000 shares for raising a ton of money for a stock that had a hard time raising money. And we spread it across, I don't know, 40 investors. All mostly Middle Eastern, but other places too. Anyway, the stock starts trading, and I'm rich on paper. I'm bloody rich. Well, here, just to cut to the chase, Drecky, what, about 20 years later, I have 8 shares because they did so many reverse splits. The company's very successful. I have 8 shares. I just received notice that they're doing another reverse split. I'm going to have less than 1 share. So all that work, I have zip to show for it because I was an idiot. I had faith in the system that I was going to have a piece of a very successful company. But the lesson learned is they just reverse me to nothing. And they protect their upside that way. The company's doing great. They have a technology that tests. It's an instant breathalyzer. It's an instant blood test. It's doing an amazing job. But I didn't make anything.
Short the stocks, drive them down. Companies need money. They destroy the market capitalization of the company. The companies wind up getting delisted, and they have to reverse to save face. That's what ROOT did. They reversed to save face. The stock is now, I'd say, $65. I don't even know where the hell it is today.
Well, Scott's pointing out that naked short shares are, well, they locate them in Frankfurt. What Patrick Burns said was Stuttgart, pronounced with 4 T's. But anyway, the point is it's offshore. It's just a lie. Oh, I located it in Timbuktu. Oh, good. Well, we'll take your order for 100,000 shares. Sale. It's depressing, actually.
Just think what everyone's saying, that we have market participants from another world controlling U.S. equities. How does the SEC, who's in charge of the U.S. equity market, not the India stock market, the U.S., allow that to go on? In India, they've taken control and said no outside forces are going to be allowed to manipulate it. China said the same thing. South Korea is saying the same thing, and that's the difference. And the U.S. equity markets has been silent on everything we've been telling you about. Silent.
So Julie is making a point, which I actually disagree with, but we'll see what you think. Julie's saying there's too many squeeze plays now. That's why they won't squeeze. GME by far has the best bull case. If GME squeezes, others will. But if GME doesn't squeeze, others won't.
GME just squeezed.
That's my opinion.
GME just squeezed. And the only one that went up was P5 film.
Yeah, that's my opinion, Julie. I think they have GME, AMC under control. I haven't heard Ham say this, but I actually think they organized. They were ready. They, for some reason, got together. I think the code was as soon as we put a press release out about that idiot roaring kitty, we'll let it run, and then we'll suck people in and we'll pressure it back down. I think it was all organized from afar.
It was definitely organized when Kramer came out and Andrew Left came out. They all said they were shorting it, so they knew they were doing a secondary. So there you go.
Rainier, I'd love to come visit in Frankfurt. I remember that because I don't know.
Where they are? Ask Rainier. I wanted to go to Dresden.
Dresden got bombed out of existence.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was one of the most beautiful cities in Europe, and I think it was a medical city, if I recall correctly. But Churchill just bombed it out of. And I guess
I want to go to Dresden. I want to go to Dresden in August, and I want to go see Purple Disco. There's a place that he has a big concert in, and I was going to go there to see him.
I had a friend that flew into DC to see Neil Young last weekend. I'm like, really? All right.
He's still around? Didn't they bury him?
I know he's still around. I never liked him. That's why I can't imagine people
Yeah.
still go to see him. I can't even think of, well, he did the song Rust. Well, no, I don't know what song he did. I never liked him. Not legal advice says that share lending equals usury with counterfeit shares. Yeah, possibly, but it's probably a hard argument to make.
We just have one lawyer, Richard, not legal advice. That's all we have. And Richard only has so many hours in a day. So it's, we need a big law firm with 100, 200 lawyers to help out to do that angle. I always said we should go after the auditors because all these brokerage firms were charging people all these years of commission. Okay.
Right.
So when you do a trade, they get paid to execute.
Oh, and they never actually delivered. So how did they earn their commission?
They never earned their commission. So
Right.
even though they're getting commission in a different way, they're earning it when they sell your order flow. They're still in charge of completing your transaction, and they never do.
That's pretty
So all
smart.
their earnings from Goldman, Morgan, all of them, they're all fraudulent.
That's pretty smart.
And that came from a woman that was a top accountant firm in New York. She's one of the big three, whatever though they were. I forgot what they were.
That's pretty smart. Do you know anything about SAVA? Apparently,
I don't know. I don't know.
they raised $125 million through a warrant program through the shorts who have been forced to cover.
Wow. So FNGR is giving out a special warrant to everybody. Boy, that makes total sense because you get a record date and we get a price. And as it goes over the price, let's say the stock goes to 20 and you got 1,000 warrants, you can sell your stock at 20, buy it back at 6. The company gets $6 and the short, and you make 14. That's what that's about.
So I'll give you a choice. It's either or. Did not legal advice say this, or did Steve Rosenberg say this? There is a lot of hot dogging in Frankfurt.
Oh, that's Richard. Steve Rosenberg, I think he eats gunpowder in the morning. He's nuts, that guy.
Rosenberg says, my CIA friends agree with me that Ham needs to play more Monty Schaefer in the new version of American Made. I guess Monty Schaefer.
I don't know what that is, but
I think Monty Schaefer was the Tom Cruise that was bringing cocaine in. I don't.
I have a good resemblance. I look like Steve Buscemi. I have his good looks.
Yeah, and his acting chops.
He just got beat like a pulp in the city. Someone beat him up.
Terrible. So there's a Winged Wolf is saying there's a stock MGRX who has been given 6 months to get their share price over $1. My guess is reverse split coming, not knowing anything else.
What's the name of that company? MGRX.
Let me look it up. MGRX. Affiliate. No, that's not it. Mangoceuticals.
No.
Mangoceuticals. They're trading higher, year-over-year increase in financial results. I doubt that's the reason. What happened to GNS? We already answered that. FI is crashing now. Yeah. Legal advice gets claustrophobic when it comes to being on planes. He has to sit on the wing.
That's a good one.
All right. I agree with Vincent here. before it gets better, criminals will push the envelope. Yeah, I think that's what they've been doing all along. And what?
No, I think that what you've seen, and I put it in a little photo. They're so brazen because they know the hearing's coming up. They know it's coming, and that's why the attacks have been so outlandish.
Why? Just to start from a lower number, or to try to
Yes,
get out
yep,
of
yep.
some of their
Well,
positions?
they stopped the momentum,
Right.
right? So the problem's not getting bigger,
Right.
They got people to bail out. People have bailed out. Anyone who bought on margin sold. Anyone that was buying calls got wiped out. If you go look at GameStop and those stocks, look at next month's calls. The volume is basically non-existent.
Right.
So that's, they've got people to bail out. That's what they did.
That's interesting. Do you know anything about HUMA?
No.
Yeah. That's all. That's the question. He says it's a decent stock. There's still Drecky is saying that GME still has a gamma ramp up coming over the next few weeks. You might be right.
Listen,
You
we
might
all
be
agree.
right.
Yes, we agree. Go get them. Knock yourself out. I guess no one's told us how big the short is. They keep saying numbers. Who's quarterbacking the information on that company? If there is something going on, tell Roaring Kitty to tell us what it is.
Oh, Renner is saying that Eastern Germany, including Dresden, has been built up. Billions of euros went. Yeah, okay. That'd be fun. I went to Berlin. It's great to visit. I wish I had stayed longer. Absolutely great. Prosciutto has a face for radio. You might. I think you guys would be surprised at his face. He wears one of those masks in public. Sebastian Reyes. I haven't been in the mix, but could you explain what happened to GTII? No, I just did. I'm not going to do it again.
Right.
Delta Doc says to you, Ham, some of my eye patients, this is very interesting to Ham, by the way. Some of my eye patients had stage 4 reversal with Fenben sold as Panacure C at Tractor Supply. I don't know what that is. Just research Joe Tippins for all the information. I'll write down Joe Tippins.
Eye patients?
Yeah, it's eye patients. Maybe it helps.
Eye doctor?
Maybe it
Is
helps.
An eye doctor?
Eye doctor. Yeah, Delta Doc. It's an eye doctor.
I would love to hear stuff about optic nerve damage. If you ever hear anything about that, I'd like to know.
Fenben. I'll write it down. I'll see if I can research it. Ready for GME. This will make up for our finger nightmare. Matt says, ready for GME. This will make up for our finger nightmare.
So wait a second, Matt. When did you buy GME?
I don't know.
Well, he just bought it and he thinks he's picking a bottom. So he can talk shit because he thinks he's buying a bottom. If he bought anywhere north of 20, where it is now, he wouldn't be talking shit the way he is now. So Matt, go take a shit. Get out of here.
I think he's not trying to provoke. I think
no, I'm just saying that. Listen, that's a Monday morning quarterback statement. You want me to go get you a couple of people that lost 100, 200 grand in GME, friends of mine that are professional traders that said, they got caught. So when you say that it's going to go, they all got blown out already. They sold it. Their options went worthless. People buy options. They don't buy tons of shares in these companies. They buy options. You only invest what you lose. That's what you invest is what you lose. Hedge funds are buying all the stocks. People buying 10 shares of stock mean nothing.
I happen to agree. I think GME had its run. I don't think it's going to run again, but it doesn't mean I'm right. Maybe you're right. In terms of finger,
Marcus, listen, I do not jump into a game that's all over the place. GME in 4 years is giving everybody 2 life-changing trades. 2.
right? That's true.
If you miss them, you missed the boat twice. If you think you're coming back for it, good luck. Finger motion has not given us the life-changing trade yet, and I expect it to happen soon. It's very different.
Yeah, that's one thing I was going to say. Finger's not over with. That's all I know.
No, it hasn't given us the life. If Finger went to 100 and pulled back, then I would say shame on us. We're trying to pick a bottom, and it's a different story. It
Yeah.
hasn't given us that yet.
Yeah.
Call from Chip Langston.
Not legal advice says Jameis Winston is quarterbacking the company. I don't know. I guess I was behind.
Don't go after my man. That's my quarterback.
Renier says Ham can visit Purple Disco Machine live 26th of May on Ibiza, Spain, 28th July, Ibiza, or 17th of August in Dresden.
That's the one I was talking about.
17th of August in Dresden.
So we got to make money so I can go there. Not that I know where it is, but that's where I wanted to go. And if you go on YouTube, and for you guys that like to listen to music, he had a concert there. It's called Tomorrowland, Purple Disco. It's excellent to listen to. It's about 2.5 hours. They say they get like 300,000-400,000 people go there. I thought it was shot at at Disneyland, but at the Magic Kingdom. That's what it looks like. It's a big stage, and it's just amazing that all these people go to those shows.
Wow, Matt got a good price on GME. He paid $7.12. It's not bad. The hardest thing.
12 cents. When was it $7.12? In 1920.
It was probably he had to wait. He probably had to wait. I don't know. That's the toughest thing. I think I would sell calls against the $20 even now. Even now, I just don't see it running again. But I don't know, Matt. You're closer to it than I am. He has a portable. He takes oxygen on stage with him. This Purple Disco.
I have no idea.
I've never heard of him. Frank Anistu had optic nerve damage and was blind in his right eye for 6 weeks. I have such an appreciation for the blind. Yeah. We take it for granted, don't we?
Yes, I have an interest in optic nerve damage. If anybody has anything, I'd like to know more about it.
So Jimmy Moes. All right. See, I don't know this. And so maybe, Matt, I'm totally wrong. Jimmy Moe says GME hits 20. I'm going all in. Kitty is hinting at big news coming. See, I don't think news is the play.
Yeah,
here.
there's talk of that they have a hearing with the House Financial Services.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's enough. Matt, the one guy to listen to is George Donahue.
Right, go follow him. If there's a meeting going on at the House Financial Services, he'll know about it. Listen, the hearings are coming, whether it's GameStop, AMC, Finger, DJT, they're coming. If you don't think they're coming, you're a fool.
Well,
This is going to end. There's too much noise. MMTLP's been running around DC, handing out papers. The people are being educated about it. And everything they've said has now been exposed by what? GME, AMC, everyone's talking about it. Pat Byrne did a conference call. It was 12,000, 13,000 people listened to it. So it's 13,000 people tell other people. It's just starting to spread.
I heard that GME might be doing a merger or something. It's possible with that shelf registration. But I just think that was such a controlled squeeze, and now it's back down. But you know what? Maybe it's back down to get people like me to
How
tell
many
you.
shares? How many shares did they sell?
I can't remember now. It was 75 million, I think. I can look it up if it's important.
72 million was AMC at 3
Oh.
3/4.
Okay, well, let me look up GMEs. I just gotta go to. Well, let me see if I can give you another question. This guy's saying GME's earnings might pop it. Vincent's saying Ken Griffin is involved in AMC.
If Ken Griffin's involved in AMC, he bought the 72 million shares at 3 1/4, 375. He sold it at probably an average price of 20, went to 70. So I'm giving the benefit of the doubt that he sold it at 20. Let's say he sold 500 million shares. He bought back 72 of them at 3 1/4. So he's made plenty of money. When the stock rallied to 12, he sold more. He's got it under control.
Okay, so GameStop entered into a definitive agreement, open market sale agreement with Jefferies, Class A common stock from time to time at the market offering 45 million shares, 45 million shares.
So they're selling 45 million shares.
Well, yeah, but I guess it's from time to time, or it's a program. I don't know when. The company is sales agent, 1.5% of the gross price.
Nice trade. You think
All-
Jefferies was pushing it? You think they were trying to get that deal done? That's a layup. What do we have to do to get the 1.5%? Oh, just sell. Okay, that sounds like fun.
Not legal advice is legally blind in his right eye.
There's a lot of, I know.
The guy I met for dinner, a pilot, he also, he's a great guy. MGRX, good news to get buying before the reverse split.
What?
I would be very careful.
They want good news before the reverse split?
Yeah, I would be very careful.
But why would you buy a stock that's going to reverse split?
Somebody's saying it's got a familiar IR guy, Magnoceuticals. I don't know.
I don't care if they got Hercules. You're out of your mind.
Go
find something else to play.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Listen, whoever just said that stock, go look at this stock, Apple, AAPL. I think it's a good company. That's where you should invest.
They expect revenue growth.
Listen, everyone. We all make the same mistakes. We're all looking for grease lightning. We're all looking for that small company that's going to hit it big. We got it. Until the market fixes the problem here, you're just running in, quicksand here. All right. Finger Motion just happens to be lucky enough that it survived the attacks. That's it. Otherwise, they were done too. All right. They signed the deal with the devil. They got rid of them. Real people stepped in and supported Finger Motion. So it's a different story. All right. And, to jump in all these crazy names, just look at the stock. These stocks, one went 3.5. It's going back down. The other one went to 60 cents on a billion share. I mean, there's no control. If you think you're going to get in and the stock's going to pop, that's a different story. Get in, let it pop, and do what you have to do. I mean, I just think they're very difficult. I think you guys are you're playing with fire.
I guess Drecke is saying, if I don't understand, maybe he's saying if you get out here, you'll leave money on the table with GME. Look, that's what makes a market. Everybody has a different opinion. I don't know.
Listen, GameStop went to $80. For the people who didn't sell it again, they left a lot of money on the table. How's that? I'll twist it for you. GameStop went to 500, right? People didn't sell. They left a lot of money on the table. They got their second chance. What do you want? 3 chances? What do you think? This is baseball? Be happy. Wall Street has no mercy on these type of investors that don't sell when the shit happens. Those are your signs from the gods, whether you make $1, $2, $50, or $100.
Well,
Those are your opportunities.
Drecke is saying it was an emotional probe to the upside. The patterns there could go higher. Yeah, look, I can be wrong. I mean, I totally can be wrong. I'm first to admit that, but I don't know. I think it's safer. Like a stock like Finger is safer. You might have to wait though.
Now, listen, pick whatever you want to pick. But I think you got to get away from things that have happened already. If you want to roll the dice, go buy the calls and roll the dice and close your eyes. That's it. Listen, you don't have to tell us we think it can squeeze again. We're all with you. Is there a better play than that? I think there's 100. I think Donald Trump's a better play.
That's a good one.
Okay.
That's a good one.
I don't own it. I'm in Finger, but I'm telling you, I'm going away from what I like. I'm telling you, I think DJT.
That's a
you
good
got the
one.
most powerful man in the world. You have a guy who was the head of the Intel committee. He wasn't the head of Wendy's, the intelligence committee. He did investigations. You don't think they're going to get to the bottom of this before the presidential election? You're nuts. And that doesn't include GameStop and AMC. They don't give a shit about those stocks.
Is it true that Roaring Kitty's been telling the media GME caused teacher pension fund to collapse? I'm guessing
No, that's not true.
Somebody else is saying it. I put the name Roaring Kitty on it because
that is Ken Griffin said that.
Ken Griffin saying that. Ken Griffin saying that.
Because what's his name? That guy, whatever his name was, that fund. I forget the guy's name.
That's Bill Wong at Arceus.
No.
Melvin Capital.
Melvin Capital was using the teachers' pension plan. He was shorting GameStop using their money. Michael Jordan lost $500 million in it. The teachers' union, I don't know which one it was, they got roasted in it. That's where it was. And he blamed the retail investors because the teachers union and Michael Jordan lost a lot of money because of the short squeeze.
See, that's real money that let's call it Wall Street wanted to get. They just took it. And they close out those positions because that's $500 million. Boom. They don't close out their own losses.
Right.
All right. This guy, CryptoLink, says GME is over. Yeah.
Listen, the signs are put into place that the management of the company is a short squeeze guy. I told you that. He squeezed the stock. Everybody around him did what they had to do. They made their sales. They move on. He probably nodded to them, hey, he's a short squeeze guy. That's what he does. And now he has to run the company. So he raises $1 billion, and you know what? He can do whatever he wants now. But he's going to keep his mouth closed on the short squeeze thing now.
This guy says COSM is going up. Whatever. I think there's better trades out there.
Listen, William. Let the people bark whatever they want. That's their business. All right. Go buy them. Go see what you want to do. I don't know these companies. Best of luck. I wouldn't buy anything. If you gave me your money, I wouldn't buy anything unless I understood every gory detail about it. If you can come back with all the details and you studied it for 3 or 4 years, get back to me. Other than that, I think you're nuts. And that's just how I feel.
Well, let's see. Barney Fife is down to 1.10. I don't know. Oh, that's the stock price on F5. That's from Not Legal Advice. Tomorrowland Festival is in Antwerpen, Belgium.
Listen, I'm a little nervous to traveling to Europe. You know, the migrants running around unchecked. I'm not looking to bring my family into not knowing where I'm going. I know where I'm going, and I'm nervous in New York. I don't feel like running into a native land. I don't know the language, and I don't know where the fuck I'm going. I would be very leery to go.
This guy's telling me my opinion on GME is wrong. That's fine. I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm not as, I don't have as much money to put at risk maybe as you do. When you're trading, you got to think about the risk as well as the reward. That's all.
Listen, the options are all going to expire in 30 minutes. Go look and tell me how many of the 25s, 30s, 35s, 40s, those options were worth 40 or 50 bucks 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 50. Now there's zero. And you're telling me everything's okay? People were murdered. People that held on. Go watch Dave.
And then all that money's gone for the next run. It's not there.
Go look at Dave Portnoy's video screaming. I put a truck in front of his office, and that guy never said boo. Once he lost his money, now he's screaming, Wall Street's a casino, it's fraud. Where was he? I put the picture of the truck.
Yeah.
In October of 22, I told him Wall Street's a casino. You better have betting on a sports bet. I did exactly what I said in the front of his truck, in front of his building. Boo, he never said anything. He lost money. He's yelling like crazy.
Yeah. So this guy, Frank, said he was able to, he lost his eyesight temporarily. He's able to get his vision back. I can't pronounce this word, homeopathy.
Yeah.
He put in caloric silver drops. And homeopathy is amazing. I've seen miracles. Anyway, I'm glad you got your vision back. That's great.
That's amazing, yeah. And by the way, the short sellers killed a company called Eyes. It was called Second Sight, EYES. They naked shorted it down, and the story came out that their technology left people that were blind without their technology with support. But they killed the company, put it out of business, and the company had no support because they got wiped out of business. Instead, they blamed it on the company for closing up because they were underfunded.
Yeah, they point everywhere. So Drecke is saying, and I guess this is from when we were talking just a second ago, that they were swapping safety lines back and forth, and then Melvin Capital was hung out to dry by Griffin, by Citadel, by Griffin. Is that right? Does it make sense? Maybe I misread it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I guess it wasn't a good question. What is Portnoy's complaint? Portnoy's.
Go watch the video.
30 minutes. So you're saying there's a chance?
On what?
On finger calls. There's always a chance.
You never know.
Do you think the news?
No one had more options expire than me. I played options a lot, and they expired. That's part of the game.
But instead of buying the stock, which would have been more expensive, or instead of buying further out options.
Listen, my option purchase entitled me to 50,000 shares at $4.05.
Right.
I could have bought 2,000 shares of stock for $7,000.
Right.
I would have been down 30 cents, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, but I only had access to 2,000 shares.
Mm-hmm.
If the stock went to 50, I would have made, let's say, 40 times 2,000. I would have made $80,000, right?
Right.
2,000 shares times 40. If the stock went to 50 and I had 50,000 shares at 4, I would have made $46 times 50,000 shares, which is $2 million, $2.5 million.
It's a lot of squid.
That's the difference. And that's what I told you what I was doing, and that's why I did it.
That is a lot of squid. I'm kind of glad it didn't work out so I can still talk with you. If it had worked out, you wouldn't return my phone calls. I think Cam's typing something. So
But you're saying nothing. What are we
I
talking about?
asked you a
Nothing?
question about this guy thinks that Citadel and Melvin were
I don't
swapping
care about
safe.
the two of them. They moved that. Who cares? That's
All
what
right,
they.
who
That's what they
cares?
do.
All right.
That's above everybody's pay grade. You care about one thing. Stop worrying about everything else. Settle the trades and whatever stock you're bitching about, whether it's GameStop, AMC, Finger Motion, all of us. It's one thing. They keep dragging everybody in different directions. Nothing that they say makes sense. It's all nonsense.
I didn't know that. Portnoy lost 700,000 last time GME ran. He sold it before it was even over. He does a lot of stunts for publicity. He has FU money. Doesn't matter to him. Well, that sounds like a lot of money.
And you don't follow idiots like that when he sits there and says, I'm buying it. You should have sold it to him. It's pretty easy.
Oh, this is interesting. I'm not sure what Cuban means, if it's Mark Cuban or the country. But Dominic is saying, could all the AMC GME talk this week be a distraction from Cuban banks going belly up? It certainly distracted me. I don't know if you're talking what you're talking about. All right. So
no, the Cuban banks, listen, there's wild stuff going on. They make it sound like our country's doing great. It's awful. And just protect yourself. And if you want to sit here and gamble, gamble. Listen, people, you don't have to tell me about GameStop. I understand trading better than anybody. And right now, I went in touch with a 10-foot pole. The momentum's out of the trade. The company's raising money. The hedge funds are walking away from it. They all stole what they can. Investors are sitting here trying to wish it back up. It's very different. Finger Motion does not have those people in the stock. We do not have hedge funds in here that stole all the money already from the long side. I'm talking about long investors, not even short investors. The people that played GameStop and AMC, all those momentum guys, all took their profit when it was running. They made $1, $2, $3. See you later. They probably shorted it and they all walked away left. And now we have investors like we have on the phone here, all saying all different things. Everyone's got an opinion. It's going to go this, that, the other thing. It doesn't. It takes time for it to.
Well,
this stock has been wounded. It takes a long time to damage.
yeah, all that money's gone. And I remember
Yeah.
you and I were talking the other day, I forget when, about selling calls at a minimum against your position. At least you'd have that premium.
Listen, again, let's forget that stock.
Your daughter did the best trade.
She bought the dip and sold it. I didn't even tell her to do it.
Yeah.
And then she took the profit and whatever money she had, she bought more GDC to average down.
Yeah. Yeah. Very smart.
And I told her, I'm just saying that's, But anyway, listen, I don't want to talk about it anymore. GameStop, you want to gamble? Knock yourself out. Go buy calls, go buy puts, do whatever you want to do. I believe that's a complete shit show now. And you know what? When the stock was still alive, you can buy the dip, sell the rips. It's very difficult now. I think the next thing is going to be a congressional hearing. I know DJT is going to be in there. I know the people from Finger are going to be called in. All right. And I know that's going to happen. All this other shit doesn't make a difference to me. I didn't play it up. I didn't play it down. I don't care.
Mike asks a question and I'll have my answer. If you do the same math with the June calls, you get half the shares. My answer is wait till Monday. The June calls will be cheaper.
Yeah, let's let the stock play out. That's all.
Yeah, but then you risk not owning it over the weekend, so it's it's a call. But maybe
But you want to know something? That's a great question, William.
I know it is.
You know what? Owning a stock like this over the weekend. All right, let's look at it this way. GameStop, would you rather own it over the weekend or be shorted, right?
Yeah.
Being shorted when the stock was starting to jump, people would cover. Now I don't think the fear is there of the stock popping up anymore.
Right.
Finger motion, which has been, slowly being manipulated down, is the stock going to have terrible news on Monday, or do you think it has a chance for better news? So the other way. That's how I look at things. Yeah. And I think that this company has a chance more better news, and that there's a zero chance of bad news coming.
So Mike, that's why my initial reaction is probably wrong, because remember, Ham has 20 years, decades of experience.
Well, just look at it this way. DJT, would you rather be long it or short it with all this shit coming up? You're short a stock that the president owns. They're going to have hearings. Devin Nunes is telling you he's bringing in AGs, everything to expose the criminals. Would you rather be short or long going into the weekend?
And so the point is, you could get an announcement at 9 a.m. on Monday, and all of a sudden the world's changed in both these stocks. So maybe you want to own it. So maybe I'm wrong, or at least you want to own half of what you're trying to do. All right, Cuban banks defaulted. The people don't have access to cash anymore. Wow. That shows how out of touch I am. I didn't know that. But then again, did people have a lot of money in Cuban banks? That's not very fair.
That's a good one, William.
But it's still pretty bad if all of a sudden you can't get your cash out. Yeah, Drecky is saying I'm wrong, but that's all right. I don't mind just saying I'm wrong as long as you're polite about it. I don't mind it at all.
Right.
I started to read it before. This guy's asking me for when's the short squeeze coming on GTII. I think I'll just skip that. I think I discussed that enough. Drecky's banking on HUMA. Oh, that's good. And then, wow, SAVA will present great P3 trial results. And that.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Tell them good luck.
That's the same thing with all of these. When they get that.
They all got the data. Listen.
Yeah.
I wish it the best. I don't know what they cure, what they're going to cure. I wish everyone the best on it. I'm not here. Listen, I don't want to turn this into the stock idea dinner. When the market's normal, I would love to be on a call with everybody, because that's what a trading desk is about. We understand what everything's going on. We do not have a normal world. So to talk about all these different stocks, we're talking about stocks that we're just, I don't want to recommend. I don't want anything to do. I know nothing about it. I hope it works. I hope everybody makes millions and millions of dollars. But if I worked on a trading desk and came up with an idea, I would tell you, not a prayer would I give a shit about these stocks, because they can be manipulated no matter what you're doing. Yeah, it's just crazy.
I agree.
All right, listen, I'm going to go, guys. Have a great weekend, and we'll
Thank you.
See what happens.
Thank you very much. All right. Bye.
All right.
Call ended.
Antonio. Very funny. Very funny. That is huge. Right there. That's huge. Current thoughts on, he got off. For me, I think it's interesting. I'm trying to remember who it was. One of the old time analysts I was listening to just simply does not invest in Bitcoin because he thinks it's going to go to zero eventually. And I was surprised to hear that. I was really, even after all these years, But Scott, I mean, the Yorkville, that guy Ari, whatever his last name is, setting in place a toxic convertible funding with a group of guys who are engineers, know their business, but they don't know Wall Street. All these guys have to do is come in with a smile. We're good. Let's buy dinner, shake hands. We'll be there with you. We'll fund you. All your dreams are going to come true. Every man has the same come on. I'm going to take you to the top, baby. It's never going to stop, baby. It's the same crap. They lie. And so the one thing is everything's a misconception because people still think there's honest people involved in this. Everyone is corrupted. They're all corrupted. So the Yorkville just shorted the SHYTE out of Wolf. The business model's simple, and it's a great business model. Use excess nearly free. Nuclear power plants during the day, the electricity is used. At night, for example, no one's using it. This is a way that benefit the utility and benefit Wolf. They get that electricity nearly free or pretty cheap compared to other sources of light, and they mine Bitcoin. I met with a guy a couple weeks ago explaining the process from a natural gas standpoint. Two metrics he gave me. Gas out there is selling at 35 cents an MCF. For now, it'll change. But by using gas to mine Bitcoin and then selling the Bitcoin, effectively he was selling his natural gas at over $10 an MCF. That's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it is he's producing Bitcoin at $12,000 a coin, selling it for 70. This is going on at Wolf, Scott. It's a great business model, but what else is going on at Wolf? What else is going on at Wolf? And this is the thing the SEC misses. I think Mark Bazile might miss when he does his settlements. On the other hand, he's pretty sharp, so maybe he sees it, but realizes that all that you can do with the legal system is get a settlement. But when you get Kurt Kramer to give up his warrants and give up the toxic convertible note and give up the commission and his ill-gotten gains on the little bit of stock he traded, that's just a tiny bit of the slaughter that went on. The real slaughter is they create this blob of shares which do not exist, which they've sold, and they destroy the stocks with the goal of seller boxing or bankruptcy or neglect. So there's no 1099, there's never tax payments. They move it around, they take it offshore, go from LLC to LLC. They do everything to destroy the company. But if I had to guess, 90% of the profits made or more with this blob of stock that they sell over days, weeks, months, years. It's not the little bit that's represented by the warrants and the toxic convertible notes. That's the tip of the iceberg that the SEC can see. They get that taken out, they close it, we got a settlement. It's a great day for shareholders. No, it's not. The purpose of the toxic convertible note is a pressure valve on a on one of those, those steam boilers. It's just a pressure valve. When the pressure gets too big, before it all explodes, just let that out a bit. Let it all cool down. That's what the toxic convertible note is. And it doesn't matter how many shares are aligned with it, warrants. That's the only reason. When the stock starts running, they can use that. And it might be where the people behind Kramer can say, well, you, as much as you can trade it, go ahead and trade it. We don't care about that. But it's so small compared to what the guys behind him. He's just a front. He's too stupid to be anything other than a front. They keep selling. So my point is, in the case with Yorkville, perhaps, I don't even know if that's true, but I think my memory is it's true. They've taken back that note. That note doesn't exist anymore. But the pressure was when the stock was higher, and I'm forgetting how high Wolf was. I know it was $20 in the past, but maybe it was a few dollars. Well, they had that convertible note as they drove it down under $1. And if by chance let's just move into the realm of, for example, because I don't remember the numbers, if that's now taken back, it wasn't necessary anymore, because there's already such a heavy blob of these counterfeited shares weighing down on the per share calculations, on the valuation of Wolf, that anything that's good happening, if Wolf needs to raise more money, if anything, the stock is already suppressed. Now, I would argue if management had a brain, which I think they have a lot of really smart guys, I would just focus on never taking money from the criminals again, never taking money from the prime broker, the false funders, the pimps. Don't do it again. And just concentrating on generating cash flow. And other than your bank debt, just don't fly anywhere. Don't buy new homes. Just reduce your cash demands as your cash flow increases. And then I would start buying back stock, retiring it to the treasury. That'll be there later on if you need to raise money, but your outstanding shares will be reducing and reducing. But I think it's a long term. Scott, let me put it a different way. The ramping up of earnings and growth is very steady. It doesn't scare the shorts. It doesn't scare them. All they have to do is keep selling stock, and they don't need the convertible note anymore. Just the volume of selling that's already happened is weighing down the price all by itself. And they don't see anything that's going to come out of the blue to shock the system. So Ham advised people to get out of Wolf. I don't even know where it's trading now, and move it, I think, to Finger. I can't remember. This is a few months ago. But having said all of that, Scott, that's by way of telling you what I think's going on. Yorkville advisors destroyed the upside of Wolf. These smiling faces, these greedy sons of bitches, they think they deserve all of the easy money, all of the profit up front because they exist. And then the CEO has to get on the hamster wheel every day, every week, every month, every year, trying to make it work for shareholders. These evil people behaving in an evil way have sucked all of the profit out up front. This is what I don't know if Aubrey Advisors does it intentionally, But this is essentially what happened there. It's what the de-SPAC of HNRA did. They do it everywhere. And what lawyers miss out on, the note is initially there, but it becomes a distraction. Oh, I got that back. I got them to give up their warrants. That's a settlement. That's a win for shareholders. No, it's not. They're still selling the crap. They're still shorting it. They're still making it impossible. If this company needs to ever go to the capital markets, they're making sure that the denominator is going to be so big in terms of number of shares that anything good coming to the company is destroyed on a per share basis. And lawyers don't see that. The SEC doesn't see that. I'm not sure that Mark Bazile sees it, but I'm not picking on him because I think he's one of the great fighters in this cause. But I just think that's what people miss. And that's the trap I think Wolf is in. They've already flooded the market with shares. Yes, initially based on the convertible note. And I don't know if it's gone or not. I really don't. But if in my example it's gone, it doesn't matter. It's that burden. Now, there are ways out. And eventually, Scott, I think Wolf will cause the necessity of all those counterfeit shares being bought back. I mean, if you want my target on Wolf, I think it's $15, $20 stock. But I would put Wolf in the category of a stock that you buy, you accumulate, and one day you wake up and it's run. That's what I would do. But that's my opinion. Ham might have a different opinion. Sava is Alzheimer's. Yeah, that's I just remembered that. No, somebody said it. I'll ask him. He should. That's a good idea. You know what, MM? I bet Ham would do that. I bet he would do that. Not live, but maybe edited. He's quite proud of his abilities. I could show you a video, but I guess I'd have to find it. But if you've played racquetball, which I used to a long time ago, Ham has the ability to hit the ball into the corner at speed so it dies within inches over and over and over and over again. You know how in racquetball, you know how to do it. Anyway, he's pretty amazing. He's pretty amazing. Was a hearing supposed to be? Yeah, that was what Ham believed. But let me state it differently. Ham believed. I don't want to speak for him, but I think Ham, with his knowledge and his instincts, believed that a hearing would be announced imminently. And I think on these calls, he said it could be Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. Well, he put his money where his mouth is. I don't find him untruthful. He said he bought 500 calls of the 4s that expired in 4 minutes, 2 minutes, they're going to expire worthless. So I think, Tim, he really believed, because I haven't heard him make that big a trade I don't know him ever making that big a trade in terms of number of calls when I've known him. So, Tim, yes, I think there was a hearing he expected to be announced Wednesday, yesterday, or today. It hasn't been. So the way I would spin that even though it's disappointing on the calls today, is that makes it pretty likely it might be announced next week. And I don't know that I have enough free cash, but if I were to buy some calls, I might look at the Junes Monday morning, because the premium should have dropped by the fact that it's the close month. And that might be worth a punt. Doesn't mean it'll happen. Doesn't mean it'll happen. But Steve Rosenberg says that Ham would never be a Ranger because he talks too much. I guess I'll never be a Ranger either. So Tim, in my opinion, based on what I'm hearing from Ham live, not privately, I would guess the hearings are imminent. And since it didn't happen today, it could happen Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday next week. We'll find out at the same time. Mike, wish I was well educated in the market as I have been for 4 months. Well, Mike, one thing I noticed, and I apologize for getting upset earlier. A lot of that's just my frustration, maybe boredom, maybe it means that I would not make a good retail wealth advisor anymore. I don't know. I don't know what it means. Maybe it's just that I ate something before I came on, but not a lot. Maybe it's just, I need some sugar or something. I don't know. But what I've noticed over the last, how long have I been doing this? What I'm learning, and which is a role for someone, maybe it's Ham and maybe me, maybe some of you, but I think investors are starved for legitimate information, legitimate explanations, legitimate knowledge about how Wall Street works or used to work. Now they have you in a state that you have to go to the priest or the what was it in Jerusalem back before Christ, the Holy of Holies, and then you had the rabbi, I guess. Maybe it's not rabbi, maybe it was the oh God, it stretches my knowledge. This Pharisees or the Cisternes or anyway, you had these men who ran the temple and they had the knowledge and you had to go before them. Or in the Catholic Church, before the Gutenberg press, you had to go to the priest and he had the Latin Bible. And so it controlled all that. That's what Wall Street's done. Wall Street has created this thing that you have to go to the temple of Goldman Sachs or the high church of Morgan Stanley or the, what do they call those big churches down in Dallas? The big, the ones that Joel Osteen's, these big mega churches. You have to go there to get any information from Wall Street, and then you have to go to a priest, a broker, to get let into the Holy of Holies. Now I'm mixing but you get my point. And then once you're in, you just leave it there. Let us handle it. We're going to keep a watch for you. We'll charge you, 3%, and I'll give you phone calls a few times. But now you're in with the really smart guys that tell you that the beta is this and the delta, and this is the gamma, and be in this ETF. This, our analysts are telling us that you need, and just and it's all just a bloody curtain. if you looked behind it, you'd find that the Oz is just a plump idiot man with a machine that's making his voice sound deep. That's what Wall Street is now. And it just gets you sitting there to be slaughtered, to be shorn, and then slaughtered. It's amazing to me. I don't think my education is that great. I've been doing it a long time. But I look back at the people I learned from, and they knew things I bet still I haven't learned. I learn from Ham every day. I learn when I go on space calls in particular, but these calls, the broader calls in general, I learn from you guys. Some of the stuff is amazing. But what I find, Mike, is the hardest thing is accepting what Patrick Byrne called a river of money corrupts everything. And river of money is his words. The rest I paraphrased. It's horrifying. It is horrifying. But if you can't accept that the whole system is set up solely for the stock loan desk, which in and of itself is a euphemism for all the other criminal activity. But that's what Wall Street is set up for. That's it. Everything else about Wall Street is a mug's game. Everything is being a sucker. Everything is walking into the temple, seeing whatever the sacristies or whatever they were called. Let's call it, rabbi's a teacher. I don't think it was a rabbi. But anyway, the guys that guard the Holy of Holies, and you're not allowed in this area, but only they are. And they wear all this elaborate stuff. And they make it seem like they're so exalted. Maybe Christ came and said, hey, it's not all that complicated. That's what I'm telling you. And I'm not saying I'm Christ by any means, but I'm just telling you it's not all that complicated. They put up all this stuff, and then they make you feel like the only place you can go to get into the house of the holy is to them. And the whole thing is rigged. It's not only are they rigged, I'm not sure all the brokers know this because they're all under the age of 12 by now. There's very few of them older. But the message, the ideas, the strategies is all rigged. The pricing systems are all rigged. It's a joke. And Patrick Byrne's story about the Chinese saying, you don't understand. There's no failure to deliver in our country. What China's doing is, in a way, they follow the science, to use this horrible term. What's going on in the United States is this idea of equality of outcomes, equality of everything has to somehow, but we're losing our way. We're not focused on what increases our productivity, what increases our security, what increases our industrial capacity, our educational capacity, on all these things. We're focused on this lame, I don't want to express it. I mean, you don't know me. If you're finding what I'm saying somehow offensive, you don't know me. What I'm saying, though, is in China, they don't get bothered by all that crap. They're building out their energy systems, their infrastructure. I think they've spent decades going to our schools. I think they've spent decades buying our technologies and patents, but maybe stealing them too. Learning. Doesn't matter. That's all in the past. I'm not trying to insult, but where they are now, they are ready to invite our students to their colleges. They're ready, or in universities, they're ready to produce and manufacture the goods for the burgeoning middle class around the world, but primarily in Asia, Middle East, and elsewhere. They're ready. And this is what people don't realize. Our gold markets are corrupt. Our precious metal markets are corrupt. Our bond markets are corrupt. Our real estate markets are corrupt. Our stock markets are corrupt. And at its core, the banks own Janet Yellen and Noam Powell. They own them. I think they own Biden too. But it doesn't matter. And you're going to go, oh, well, Trump didn't do any. I'm not trying to talk politics. The banking system owns the United States government. Possibly it's the industrial complex as well. Possibly pharmaceuticals, possibly agriculture, possibly a couple of others. Maybe one is a foreign country in the Middle East. Maybe it's the Lawyers Guild. I don't know. It doesn't matter. What I'm talking about is the banks. So what the banks do is they get the government spending trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. War. What does that do? Well, when the Fed buys bonds from the Treasury and vice versa and all that on a scale that dwarfs the stock market, they use Wall Street banks as selected brokers who can trade bonds. Fees. And then Wall Street expands the amount of bonds out there. So just to cut to the chase, when Joe Biden or Trump or folks, Obama, increase our debt by trillions and trillions of dollars, we're now at 35 trillion almost, on the way to 100 trillion. Wall Street is going to take $2 or $3 trillion of that into their own pockets. This is a transfer of wealth on a scale unheard of in all of human history. It's been going on for probably since Reagan made it okay. But the guy that really put it in place was Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton. And the stealing, the theft from the American taxpayer, from the future, your children's future, it's mind-boggling. It is Patrick Burns' river of money. It buys. Look at what's happening in Haiti right now. Right now in Haiti, armed thugs and gangs. The Clinton Foundation raised $10 billion with the B for Haiti. Where did it go? Where did it go? It didn't go to Haiti. Everybody out there, oh, Bill Clinton's great. Oh, what a wonderful man. And Hillary, next president, the greatest. Trump's a jerk. and these other people, Mitt Romney and the rest. Ugh. But let's give our money. But where did the money go? Not Haiti. It didn't go to Haiti. Let me just give you a supposition. 10 billion buys a lot of corruption in Washington, D.C. It buys Congress, Senate, the House of Representatives. It buys high-level political appointees at the FBI and the Department of Justice. 10 billion corrupts absolutely. Emails, Steele dossier, elections. It corrupts. Well, imagine when you're banksters, and by owning the Federal Reserve, owning government, owning the DTCC, and concentrating the banking system into 4 houses, owning the prime brokers, controlling the metals markets, all markets, everything becomes a ping pong ball of trading. Everything. There isn't one real market in the United States. Not one. Not one. Not housing. Even when you end up on welfare and you have those SNAP cards, Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley. Everything is for the banks. So my belief, very rapidly over the next, and it doesn't matter who's in office, over the next 1 or 2 years, 3 years at the most, we're going to be at 100 trillion in debt. The main focus, the main contributor will be war. War in the Middle East, which we're being dragged into. We're being dragged into, we're being dragged into. We're going into in drag. I don't know. But we have a maniacal, lying politician who would be in jail if he weren't prime minister, causing such horrific offenses to the sensibilities of the southern world, of the rest of the Middle East, that, I mean, it was interesting when Iran did their little dance, no one else joined in, so maybe we still have the power to suppress the rest of the Middle East. But we're playing with fire. But make no mistake about it, whichever president comes into office, we are going to back the single most unpopular policy in the Middle East, and right now the most unpopular country. What does it mean? Unfortunately, we're building a what do you call it, a pier to send aid. Well, it doesn't take much for U.S. soldiers to die. We're going to war in the Middle East. The Ukraine, this woman, Victoria Nuland, promoted beyond her abilities. A complete right-wing nut job. Supporting Ukrainian Nazis. But that's better than supporting Russia. We should be friends with Putin. We should be friends with Russia. But no, we're going to go to war because Hillary lost an election. But we will go to war with Russia. It'll be scary. I think we'll lose aircraft carriers. We don't have the army. A woman runs our recruitment. I forget her name. We're missing all the recruitment goals. and she can't explain why. I can. We're not ready. The United States is not ready for war with Russia. And like Putin said to Tucker Carlson, don't you have something better to do with your money? But we've got the Ukraine. Looks like we're maybe Poland, maybe Romania. This neocon policy is going to get us into war with Russia if we're not already in it. And then we're throwing our elbows around in the South China Sea. I don't really think China is going to go to war over Taiwan because they know they just have to wait. But there's the risk. We're going to be at war. Why? Why? Has nothing to do with anything. You're going to get angry. Oh, you're pro Hamas. Oh, you're a Putin lover. Oh, you would have voted for Chiang Kai-shek. Whatever. Say whatever you want. It's not that. It's none of that. The banks don't want to lose their ability to control the dollar and the printing of debt so they can take their trillions of dollars out of the 100 trillion that's produced. These will be banks trying to protect the supremacy of the United States dollar and the bond market, the London pound, lesser extent, and the Japanese yen, much lesser extent. We are not going to go down without war. So anyway, Mike, what I think Xi is doing, who does follow logic, doesn't get caught up in the Disney magic wand. Oh, I think a superhero will come and save us. Oh, I'm a woman. I'm 4'8". I'm pretty. I'm Scarlett Johansson or whatever. And as Wonder Woman, I can beat up men 300-400 pounds in Marvel comic books. And none of it makes any sense. We're a country of magical thinking because we don't want to face the facts. We have fraudulent markets to pump up our lifestyle, which is disappearing in an accelerating way in front of our eyes because we're promoting people with idiotic thoughts, and they're accelerating our decline. They're using the dollar as a weapon. What idiocy. So what China's doing, Mike, China is creating a precious metals exchange, which is honest. Novel idea. They're creating an oil exchange, which is honest. No paper barrels, no paper ounces of gold, at least not in the manipulated way. They're creating stock markets that don't have failed delivers. I don't understand what we're thinking. We're thinking people are going to come to the United States of America to invest their money. Right now, we're the only choice. That's why I think we have time to make some of our changes. But if you're a 40-year-old worker out of Ghana, or if you're a 38-year-old woman now working in Saudi Arabia under the new king's protocols, or if you're a tech guy in New Delhi, where are you going to put your money? In the United States of America? No, our markets are corrupted. China, India, I bet somewhere in the Middle East, Korea, they're going to have honest markets and we're going to be left behind. I'll go even further. After our market goes up 40%, maybe it's 30%. After. I don't think it'll be right away, but I hope it's not. our market's going to just absolutely collapse because of the dishonesty, the rot. When the rest of the world realizes that our markets aren't the biggest, it's all the emperor wears no clothes. We've got a real thing. We've got a real bad financial thing coming. Now, we still have the strength of our people, of our ideals and our Constitution if we don't give it away, which we are. We give it to Facebook. We give it to these women in Congress and in the backs of Facebook that because they have hurt feelings, they say we can't say that. It's not about feelings. And it's the simps that go along with them. It's not about feelings. It's about real world competition. The United States is based on number one policy idea, freedom of speech, but not if you're Sheryl Sandberg and you own Facebook and, oh my gosh, they said Trump's a good guy. Block that, block that. Not if you're Hillary Clinton. Oh my gosh, they said Trump could make a good leader. Block that. He's terrible. Well, he wasn't terrible when he was contributing to Hillary Clinton's Senate campaign. Hillary Clinton, who defended a man who raped a young girl and then laughed when she won. I mean, guys, we got to stop getting focused on these emotional issues and realize that the world is real out there and the United States is going down rapidly, but we can stop it and reverse it. But in the meantime, Mike, the markets in the United States for 20, 25, 30 years have been headed towards this way that numbs all of us. The stock market keeps going up on paper. And just like all these short squeezes you're in, you want to be out early, not late. Because when it'll climb, just picture in your mind, I don't know, I've never climbed Mount Everest or that other one, but there's a slope you can climb. But there's a reason they don't climb the other side of the mountain, because it goes straight down. And that's what'll come. So I wish just to get to the point, Mike, I wish the markets educated you like they should. It shouldn't come to me or Ham. And Ham, by the way, is such a valuable thing. What he teaches as a wealth advisor or a broker, I wish somebody had taught me a lot of what Ham taught. You've got to listen to him and do some of it. All right. Let me go to the bottom. Let me go to the bottom and back up, and then I'm going to sign off. Oh, no. Before, I don't know, Pete. We were supposed to go. I got it all arranged, and then for some reason, it didn't happen. And then we were supposed to go about 6 weeks ago, and it didn't happen. I think that was because Ham's son needed medical attention. But right now, there's nothing scheduled, but I'm working on it. I want to get over there, and we'll see. Before we sign off, let's go. There's one stock I want to call to your attention. Okay, so, oh gosh, I have all these weird stocks on my list. Let's see how FIFI closed at $1. So it gives it all up. That's what we have to, I mean, if we don't learn over the last 2 or 3 years that as soon as these stocks run, almost always we get sucked into them, like COSM. We get sucked in. We can't miss out. And then they do a deal, they crush it. So it's not about, as one woman here left the whole screen because I was picking on a dead man. It's not that. I have a feeling if Lou were here right now, he would tell you the same thing. Because I think Lou had people's interests in mind. But whether one of us knew it or didn't know it, we all know it. Now, when these stocks run, it sucks money in. It's like the old stock pools before FDR put Kennedy in charge of the SEC. And then they take all your money. So what we have to learn, which is really hard, it is really hard, that when the stock is up, sell. Even though you know it's going to go, I wish I had done this, but you know it's going to go. You have to sell or sell enough to get your money out, maybe a little profit, because you never want to lose that core amount of money that's available for the next play, because the next time will be even better, believe it or not. It always happens that way as you get more educated. The other thing we have to learn is when a story isn't working, we have to be ready to say, you know what? It hasn't happened. Maybe I should, if there's a better idea, maybe I should do something else. Or let's look at the chart. And if it, as soon as it breaks down, I'm not saying use stop limit orders, because I think that could rob you of a move up. But if you look on a chart, and their charts aren't that hard. What's hard is letting the information direct your actions, not your gut. And sometimes you got to sell. Oh gosh, it's down. I'm losing 20% and it's down. And if I just hold on, the ham said it was going to be life-changing. But sometimes the evidence is maybe I better get out for now. And I don't know, those are hard decisions. They're not black and white decisions. They're art, not a science. But anyway, so Fifi is at $1. MGRX is at 22 cents. CRKN is at 16 cents. They ran it up, they bring it down. Let me see. I don't have any of our stocks on here. Oh, I do. GTII, 14.5 cents. It's just difficult. But for me, I'm not selling mine here because, I mean, it can go down. But I really believe we are going to have a chance to turn GTII around. And Northwest Bio is still down. Northwest Bio, for me, is a story where you need one or two industry giants to buy them out. And it's not really a short squeeze. It's, I don't know, Pfizer versus J&J, and the bidding goes on and it gets sold at $65. Signature, and the stock goes overnight to that price. That's how I see that ending. GDC closed at 82.5, so they're still manipulating that, but that's showing signs of life. GME closed at 22.22, so whoever was saying that I'm wrong, whoever that was, might be right, because I would have said they would have closed that at $21, and they closed it at 22. So maybe you're right. There is still some buying pressure in that. Finger closed at 322, 327 in the aftermarket. Let's just look up one thing. The June 4 calls closed had an ask of 55 cents, closed at 50 cents. Even the $3, 3 is 75. But let's look at the Junes. I'll take a picture of that. The June 4s, Friday evening, June 4s, closed at 50 cents. The ask was 55 cents. The May 4s, zero. The ask is 5 cents, but zero. So let's just see what that price is, ceteris paribus, Monday morning. If there's news or something, this exercise will be worthless. What else do I have to? Okay, now I want to show you a stock. That went as high as $2.58 today. They closed it down. It opened at $1.65. They closed it at $1.89. The volume was 3.6 million shares. They just put out their 10Q the other night, 2 nights ago. Let's see if they've put out anything tonight. No, but they put out their quarterly earnings, which weren't, I mean, they weren't bad, but they're all current in their filings, just like several of the companies we have. So what does that mean? They get to do acquisitions, mergers, and all that kind of thing. So I take that as a positive. And let me just go tell you, you can use different websites for this, but I'm going to use OTC Markets and find out the, okay, on OTC Markets, the outstanding shares are 1.462 million. 1.462, 1,462,570 shares outstanding as of 4/10/24. Today's volume in the stock, 3.6 million shares. You know what the stock is? It's RCRT. RCRT. I just call it to your attention. Closed at $1.89, up 21%, but it was high as 258. I don't have much more to say than that. It's just, that's how it traded. House of Cards. You only need 20,000 to buy a senator. I'll see your 20. Don't raise your voice when you talk about yelling. Very funny. Well, that's a good point, Drucky. It's very easy, at least for me, to look and often to judge others. But the question is, what would happen if I were married and somebody came to me and said, you know, do you want your daughter to go to Harvard? And they didn't have to say anything else. I just had to keep my mouth shut. It's a question, isn't it? It's a question. I don't have daughters. I don't have a wife. But I wonder, anyway, you get my point. Buddy Holly. There you go. That's what I wanted, Nunez. Sadducee. That's what I was thinking of. The Sadducees, however you say it. or the Pharisees, but I was thinking of the Sadducees, but I don't know if I'm right. Wall Street always been I hope so. Blockchain is an open ledger. It'll take over Wall Street. Yes, I guess so. But right now, Johnny Tobacco is trying to convince Nextbridge, for example, to trade on blockchain. My opinion. I don't think he's doing it intentionally, but Johnny Tobacco is the best thing short of Nextbridge trading on an exchange. Johnny Tobacco is the best thing the shorts have ever heard about. Because if you get it trading on blockchain, Wall Street will create credit default swaps, derivatives. And I'm not smart enough to figure out all the deception and the lying and the leverage but I don't think it's good news for Nextbridge. I think Nextbridge should refuse to trade on blockchain. Nextbridge should remain a private company. They are going to be so well funded once Wall Street has to pay them so that they issue shares to the criminals on Wall Street. But of course, we got to get to that point, and that's a psychological game. It's a game of chicken, and you're going to have all these smiling faces saying, "Hey, go on blockchain. It's an open ledger. It's great." If Nextbridge starts trading, Wall Street will create derivatives. They will create lies. They will move that blob of Torchlight MAT shares into some limbo that hurts us, we as shareholders. My opinion. No, I know you weren't being negative. I know you weren't being negative. I'm just tired, but I know you weren't. I like that idea of a GoPro chess things. We are batting 100 with these stocks. I don't agree with you. If people bought and just stayed in them without trading, maybe you're right. Which stocks are you talking about? Ham called many trades that worked brilliantly, but you're not using those in your analysis. Others want me to say GTII all day long. I started telling people, here, go back. I don't want to go watch them, but go back when the stock was $2 and down and down and down and down. I'm not saying that I ever came out and said, sell, sell, sell. I can't do that. I couldn't do that in my position. I would cause all by myself. But I backed off. I backed trading finger in options. People made money. But I backed off of that for a while because the writing was on the wall. So now I don't agree with you. And then you say, Wolf is up. I do have this list of stocks. I don't know if it's right here. And I'll, Mr. Lamar, here it is. This is one of my lists. I don't have the year end. And we can go through it, but I mean, my record on these stocks is devastating, even against all these odds. They're waiting for you at Bellevue with their oxygen mask. All right, let's just go down this list, Mr. Lamar. I do think it's pretty disappointing. GDC in the this is December 18th. GDC closed at $3.08. Terrible so far. CAUD closed at $1.40. $1.40. GTII closed at 42 cents. Now, on those two stocks, I would give myself some credit for warning and cautioning. But anyway, they're really bad. Finger motion was 376. It's now 327. So I guess you can just throw out your very careful analysis that we're batting 0.10. I guess you can. Logic was 0.0247. I think that was down today, and I didn't have it. Yeah, I got to type it in. Which was disappointing from when I first, yeah, it closed at 0.0297. So that's up slightly. But logic, Mr. Lamar, isn't over with. In fact, I think as these stocks all make their filings, you're going to start seeing triggers. There's a constellation of about 5 companies which all had their genesis in logic. And I think one of them I just pointed out to you, not in, but around, associated. And I think logic itself, Mr. Lamar, could have a tremendous move. Go Logic was 52 cents. It's lost 50% of its value. It's at 25 cents. Very lightly traded, but certainly no winner there. Vocal 0.00945. I was not recommending it, but you all were talking about it, so I put it here. Oh, it's changed to CRTD. And it's $2.30. I think this is pre-split. So let's divide this number 230 by 500. Yeah. So I think I'm doing this correctly, Mr. Lamar. Vocal right now would be 0.0046. So it's down 50%. But I wasn't recommending it at the end of the year. Wolf was $1.84. I haven't looked at that in a long time. It went to 4. It's $1.98. So that's not awesome. I liked that one. It's not awesome. CLNV. $0.0405. It's now 0.0245. MMAT. These aren't stocks that I recommended. I was recommending, Mr. Lamar, with some of these stocks, the idea that you could sell them and then buy them back in 31 days, establishing your tax loss. In the meantime, you could buy another stock to keep your hand in. But MMAT, I don't know. They must have had a stock split. And MULN, I don't know there. They must have had a stock split too. So we'll leave those out. And then RCRT, I just told you about. But hey, Mr. Lamar, I would say in general, these stocks are the worst part of the market to be in. This is where the corruption happens. They sell, they being the big pools of money, the most respected names on Wall Street at an arm's length, destroy these companies by counterfeiting shares. So, Mr. Lamar, what we've tried to focus on is 2 or 3 companies that have a chance against that. But it's a really tough battle. I don't think Fingers over again, but if you want, I assume you sold it by now, so you took your loss. On this list, the ones that I think have a future, well, there's one at the top I can't say, but I think HNRC is it was 0.025. It's being destroyed the last week. And it closed at 0.017. But the CEO just came out with a complete update interview. And they've got 2 dividends coming out, each of which should be more than the stock price. But anyway, it languishes. I like HNRC. I like Logic for a trade. GoLogic, I think, is going to be fine, but right now I'm too confused what's going on for me to say. I don't like Vocal. CAUD, I like the CEO, and I like the what they're building. I like the target market, but he has a blind faith, and 2 people from Aubrey Advisors are on the board. He vouches. He says these are great people, so I guess they are. But my alarm bells are that they're on the board to protect Aubrey's real client, who is Pilar, not the companies. But I don't know. I mean, I really like Peter Boards. I think he's doing a great job. But they're raising money at the market. I don't think a lot. So CAUD has the potential that as they add companies, revenue, that they can jump out of the ditch that Aubrey Advisors and Chadron Advisors left them in, either through inability, incompetence, or intentionally. I don't know which, but they've done over 100 SPAC, de-SPACs. Anyway, I like CAUD, but I wouldn't rush out to buy it. More of an accumulate. Wolf is something to accumulate, and it looks like something perked up today in our CRT. I don't know. And there's some other stocks we've talked about, Mr. Lamar. So I don't know. You don't list the stocks that you're referencing, and you throw a rather arbitrary 10%. I wonder how you're doing in your recommendations. My guess is you're doing bloody well because you're joining in on the short side, the counterfeiting side, the day trading side. So thank you for pointing it out. I'm willing to admit to you that these stocks are highly speculative. They should not make up a very big portion of one's portfolio. On the other hand, when they run risk reward, that's the market, they have this ability to give you outsized gains. And sometimes that's where you are. Where can I put money to get a big gain? For example, Mr. Lamar, I've been talking about silver. I haven't been able to push it because no one has extra money, but I've talked about it for months. Look what silver's doing. I still think you can get the rates of returns that some of these companies could give you in silver market. So whilst I appreciate your rather pithy accusation, I don't really think. I don't think it's a fair measure, but we're all welcome to our opinions. Pilgrimage to Mecca, Sadducees. That's the word I was thinking of, Nunya, but I'm not even sure it's the right word. I'm just saying that these different religions have a gatekeeper that you have to go through. That's what Wall Street's become. My eyes are going today. So let's go through the questions. Yeah, Pete, we were supposed to go. I think we're still going. It's just not something that I was the moving force on. And I'm just going to take my cue on it from Ham. But we'll go. We'll get there. Yeah, it'd be great if we could make it happen. Let me look at that, Hawkeye man. I'm not sure my service has it. Right, so I'm watching 22. I'll put it here. It'll turn green if it goes to 30. What does the Fed have to do with the dinar? I must be misunderstanding what you're talking about. I don't know what the Fed has to do with it. Let me see the ratio. I don't know. The ratio I see is a whole lot different than 325. I don't know, Rudy. You've stumped me because I'm either missing what you're asking me or I'm just dumb. I don't know. I don't know what the Fed has to do with the exchange rate. I don't know. I'm not asking you to do that. I don't know. Scott, I don't know where that question's coming from, but you can email me. I'll look into it. I can't find a lawsuit. I have no idea. I don't know why you would join in anyway. Do you own the I don't know why. The 2 pistol you mentioned for finger, do you see that happening by Q2 this year? The 2 pistol. The 2 pistol. I don't know what that means. Hey, that's easy. I got to the bottom. GTI is a golden ticket. Well, if I have anything to do with it, we're going to make money in that. But I've already spoken enough about it today. Hey, Frank. Are you anticipating finger to rise after earnings? Are we still targeting a mother squeeze? This comes from RCG723X. So I don't know if that's a real question or a real person. If you've been listening to me, I have been saying for quite a while that you should own finger. Let's just go through it again. Maybe if I write it down, it'll stick in your brain. Finger's primary source of cash flow, revenues, potential earnings is they're able to buy minutes from the Chinese government at a discount, sell them online. It's a low margin business, but it's safe. Nothing's 100% safe, but it's safe because they buy them at a discount and they guarantee, I don't know what it is, 5, 7, 8% that comes in month after month after month after month. It is a cash cow, the phone minutes, and it's huge. And it's at a level now that the company can sustain all of its people, all of its expenses, and the cost. If you analyze the cost of goods sold based solely on that revenue, it looks high, but the revenue is ever growing. They also have the SMS text messaging. There's another 3 initials, but that business is to sell to businesses to contact their customers in size. This is going away and it's not such a focus, but they still make money from it. What's replacing it I probably have this wrong. Anyway, I think it's RCM, rich content messaging. This is as the 5G phones are coming in, they take videos and great ways to advertise. So the rich content messaging is a huge future source of revenue because this is the messaging that you can sell a car with, sell aftershave, sell whatever. It's going to be a huge revenue source as 5G phones spread in China. Fourthly, as the 5G phones are rolled out province by province, and China is investing heavily in this, China is mandating that each buyer of the 5G phone has to have a warranty on their phone. This is so-called Apple Care. Finger has an alliance with the largest firm in the world, insurance firm, that does this warranty. The only thing that is sort of slowing it down is they have to build kiosks and mobile, trucks, whatever, so that if your phone breaks, you have a place to take it into. Finger's not spending that money. The insurance company is. This income at every client that signs up through Finger and this insurance company, Finger gets 25% of the annual premium for free. I mean, there's no overhead. That's a huge market. They have their big data arm. It's called Sapientus. Knowledge. Sapientus. Big data. Big data. That's SNOW, worth 50 billion. This is big data in the world's largest market, in the world's second largest country by population. Big data. Now, that they have scientists, they have laboratories, and they're working to monetize big data. One possibility to think of, what if the Chinese government wanted data before a mob grows in Tiananmen Square, or wanted data if other trends are happening in terms of security? I don't know. I'm making that up. But this is the kind of data in a communist system that you could use differently, I suppose, than the United States. But then again, here, we just have that built out already, I suppose. But big data is a huge source of future revenue. They're in the monetization stage already. And just look at SNOW, valued at $50 billion in a mature economy, a mature data economy. China, in that sense, is not mature. They're still collecting data. But the next one, they have labs and they are ready to go. They have alliances with Pacific Life Reinsurance and Munich Reinsurance to use big data to provide life insurance, fire insurance, home insurance, car insurance, motorcycle insurance, long-term care insurance, health insurance, dog insurance, pet insurance, you name it. This is going to be huge ongoing revenue, and it's going to start to show up. Once it starts showing up, it's going to continue to grow and not go away. They bought the Netflix of Southeast Asia. To my memory, it had 100 million users, but I can't remember. They're bringing it into China with the 5G. This is movie. You know what Netflix is. That's an ongoing revenue source. they collect a fee as a toll gate on online malls, online shopping, Tmall, Alibaba, other places. They get a fee every time their customers buy using their phone. It's pretty easy. They have electric vehicle charging in China all over the place, and they've invested in it in a way that it works. It doesn't work here yet. They have an app that's approved. It's already in process. 400,000 users or 400,000 charging locations. You can look it up in the news. 400,000. They just use the app. There's no cost of goods sold. Those are 9 vibrant, growing in businesses, with the possible exception of number 2. So call it 8. 8 pistons lubed and purring on a luxury Rolls Royce. This is wide to own finger. This is wide to own finger. Now, I think based on this, you have a $5 or $6 stock. Hey, boy. I think my computer, it's back. I think based on that, you have at least a $5 or $6 stock. You might have to wait. RCG723X. Now, behind the scenes, and I saw it with my own eyes, behind the scenes, it looks like there's 200 to 250 million shares counterfeited, shorted because of Finger's association with Jeff Easton at The Lynn Partners and Philip Vallier at The Lynn Partners. If this news comes out over the next few months and causes the stock to trade at plus or minus $15 instead of plus or minus $5, all of a sudden the prime brokers have a problem. That's when you get the squeeze, I think. Now, along the way, there could be big news at any time. And obviously, Ham thinks that the DJT hearings, he feels something is coming. Okay, the warrants are official, Mike says, on Finger. Yeah, Lucky's great. Thank you, Scott. The warrants are official. That's great. And just going, I don't want to, everything's freezing. On the earnings, I don't think the earnings are going to do anything to Finger going up or making it squeeze. I don't know how to get it through to you guys. News is not what moves these stocks. News is a trap. If the stock starts to run, you jump in, then they crush it down. The thing that will make Finger squeeze is an out of the blue, massive news story. Something massive, not these ordinary things like earnings. Now, I do think earnings next quarter or the following quarter will go into the positive. But when they come out positive, there's going to be a crappy Barra report, oh, earnings positive, but no path forward to, you know, all I'm thinking of is something crude. No path forward to nirvana, and the stock will go down. You guys, stop it. Just stop it. Stop it. Stop obsessing with finger. Who's the earnings going to make it? When's the earnings? Are we targeting a mother squeeze? Stop all that. Be in finger motion because you believe that they have massive potential upgrades in cash flow, revenues, and earnings coming steadily, and they're not going back to the pimp. And like I say, once it's at a higher price and the prime brokers realize that it's not coming down again, then the buy-ins happen. Is that going to be next week, or is it going to be in 6 months? I don't know. Just buy it, accumulate it, and when it moves, you're going to be surprised. Anyway, with all that, Mike, let's just check the finger motion news. $5,271 warrants to purchase shares of common stock. Yeah, it looks pretty official, although I can't tell if there's a timeline in here yet. So I think this has been put into the SEC for approval. I'm having a hard time reading it, so I'll delay on that. And then, Scott, thank you for your question. I'm not aware of that. I'll look it up, this lawsuit. I have no idea why you would ask if all of you. No, there's no reason I know of that anyone has to join that lawsuit. And I know of no one joining that lawsuit. So I don't even know what lawsuit you're referring to. So I'll have to work on that this weekend. So I'm going to wish everyone peace, love, and happiness. Peace, love, and puppies. Please, if you think about it, say a prayer for Jenny L. Pray for her strength and her family's strength. And let's pray for peace in the world, particularly for children, and that children around the world not have to go without food. Children in our country. And let's hope that there is a breakthrough on one of these stocks because of Devin Nunes and DJT. So anyway, I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to say good night. Thank you for joining. Out.